Hello everybody, welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm super excited for this month's readings, but before we begin, I wanted to just make a quick note about the private readings. If you guys are interested in booking a private reading, just please read the description box down below to get an idea of delivery time. So let's go ahead and get into these readings. Now you're welcome to watch either your sun, moon, or rising sign. I'm a Western astrologer, so please keep that in mind. If you are interested in Vedic astrology, please watch your moon sign. Just know that the transits that I describe are going to be a little bit different because I'm using the Western astrology system. If you're here for love, you're also free to check out your Vedic or Western Venus sign as well. So go ahead and click the timestamp for your zodiac sign in the description box or the comment thread down below. All right, see you in just a sec. Hello Virgo, welcome to your September reading. Happy birthday to all you September Virgos out there. I hope you guys have an amazing birthday. I hope you have the opportunity to do something wonderful with people that you love. I know for myself as a Virgo, September 18th, I think that it's going to be a really, really great new solar return for a lot of us. Okay. Let's go ahead here and get started. We have the Page of Swords. Now, this Page of Swords really represents what the universe needs from you right now. I love page energy. We should all love page energy because it's an opportunity to change. It's an opportunity to be flexible, to be adaptable, to be open-minded, to be, ready to learn something new and unlearn something that doesn't work anymore. It's an opportunity to speak your mind, to ask questions. It's an opportunity to meditate and connect with other realms. It's an opportunity to be very light, to be fluid and flexible and to take new shapes, to be experimental and curious. And I feel that there is let's just kind of step back from the cards for just a second and just sort of look at the essence that has been 2021. I said back in March and April that the essence of this year is to really change your energy, change your life, right? That's kind of been one of the themes that has emerged. Change your energy, change your life. Now, that could mean many different things to many different people. We have, people relocating, getting new jobs. There's just been this mass migration, especially in the US, right? We have people getting out of relationships, moving into new ones. We have people cleaning out their lives in so many ways. But the thing that's so special about Virgo season specifically as a mutable season, right? Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, all mutable seasons. These are times of movement. This is when the movement actually really happens and starts to take shape because it's the out with the old, in with the new on kind of a micro scale. So Virgo being a time of micro decisions. There's a lot of qualities of decisions coming out in these cards. So, small choices make big differences. Page of Swords is an energy with which you can not strive to look too far in the future. Okay, now I used to have a boss who, when I worked in the commercial real estate industry, and he was, very, very wealthy, and he would always talk about his philosophy of life. If you take care of the pennies, the dollars will take care of themselves. And that's sort of, a nice metaphor that can be applied to pretty much anything. Making penny-driven decisions, small decisions, right? And this is really what Virgo seasons is so great for. It's about the minutia. It's about the small, manageable, day-to-day type of operations kind of thing, which in a way sounds kind of boring. But when you realize that these are really the things that make the big differences, there's a lot of responsibility this month, right? And the Page of Swords does have a lot of responsibility to be honest with himself, to say, hey, does this decision, here I have a decision with 2 or 3 or 4 options or whatever it is on the table, which decision really guides me toward a place of peace and happiness and fulfillment and satisfaction? What really is going to bring me the most amazing life? and to choose to move in that direction. Now, the Emperor is the environment. I have a feeling this is a person. It could be a lover, a person of authority that you respect, like a parent or a boss or a mentor or something like that. And they're going to have a very strong voice this month. They're going to have a strong influence this month. Some of you who might be looking for love. Now, I know that that's kind of, I know that not everyone is here for love, but for those of you who are here for love, we had to take a look at, or I had to take a look at this Jupiter thing, right? That happened. It dipped into Pisces this year and then it started retrograding. Now it's in Aquarius, so it's in your 6th house. But I feel that there's sort of some foreshadowing coming up for some stuff for 2022, right? As Jupiter for the first half of the month is going to be moving through Pisces. If you're not with anybody romantically and you want to be, I have a feeling that this Emperor, as a representative of the type of person that you want to be with, or that you want to marry, or that you want to partner with in some way, shape, or form, this type of person is sort of making some strides toward you as you are creating space for them. Okay? So I just want to kind of put that out there because we have this beautiful oracle card that says expect powerful change. We have this other card of harmony, and it's kind of synonymous with the Lover's card here. And there's this Venus energy coming through here as well. And I don't know, I feel like Virgo is making great strides in their romantic lives, in their partnership, or even any kind of one-on-one, even if it's platonic, any kind of one-on-one kind of connections, that you are kind of seeking those types of connections in a more profound, deep, and meaningful way, especially because we have Venus in Libra right now too, and we're preparing for a Mercury retrograde in Libra. That will take place in the 2nd house this month. As Venus comes into Scorpio, kind of intensifying the desire for those connections, intensifying the desire for alignment. Okay, now we have this World card, and the World always signifies a massive turnover. It's usually a slower energy. Just because it shows up one month doesn't mean it's going to be in and out this month. Okay, it's just kind of that remembering or keeping it on your mind that like there's something huge turning over. And we can apply the as above, so below here, right? If we look out into the world, we say like, wow, like things are really changing, is indicative of how you are changing as well. Things are getting very strange, very weird, which means you might be in some kind of an interim frequency, right? Have you ever seen those like oscilloscopes where like over here with one perfect frequency, it's a very perfect, super smooth sine wave? You turn up the dial a little bit and here's another perfectly smooth sine wave. But then in between frequencies, there's like all those jagged lines. I feel like that's kind of where we are. We're in that jagged line, not perfect sine wave place. And there's a lot of disharmony because the transition is occurring, okay? And so you may feel a lot of yearning, you may feel a lot of desire, because of course the World is a card that's ruled by Saturn. So not only is there an aspect of time, but there's an aspect of physicality, meaning in your head, right? Page of Swords, you may have already made up your mind in terms of where you're going, made up your mind in terms of what type of a person you're inviting into your life, made up your mind about, where you want to live, what job you want to have, what kind of career you want, but you may not have made the changes yet because the physical is always lagging. It doesn't happen as fast as our minds. So this is that reminder of like, don't worry, just keep going. Keep making those small mundane decisions, right? Pennies take care of the dollars kind of thing, right? Keep doing that because eventually the physical will catch up. So if you're making good financial decisions, it means eventually you will have that multi-million-dollar empire, right? That's the inevitability. If you are living in a way that is conducive to having a relationship or being ready for a relationship, then eventually that's just the way it's just going to have to go. The presence of this Emperor here, whether it's actual or sort of some foreshadowing of things yet to come, is also an inevitability. Okay? Now we have this Wheel of Fortune, which is always a good omen. Now I put reversals in this deck, but we only really got one reversal, which is great. And it suggests that the movement and the energy of all of this is just, it's starting to go in your favor. Starting to move in your favor. It's starting to, I don't know, like the words that I'm hearing in my mind is like, it's good luck. Get ready for some good luck. It's all good luck. And I love that, because who doesn't love good luck? Who doesn't love to have harmony in their life, especially when it's coupled with powerful change? It's rare when a big change is harmonious, right? And I feel that that's what this is. This is a beautiful growth, ascension type of change. And some of you might be making big physical changes like moving, new jobs, new relationships, all that. Others of you may just be feeling it. Either way, this is fantastic. And the more positive, especially as we see with the Page of Swords, who is a very positive kind of quality, positive, optimistic, always looking toward the horizon, always ready, but also very present in the moment. You can have both. You can look toward the future and plan for the future and be present at the same time. That is a possibility. Okay? And because that's kind of where you are tapping into this more multidimensional way of being. This Wheel of Fortune can even spin even that much faster. Okay? And the thing I love about the Six of Cups reversed, whenever this card comes out reversed, it makes me feel good, because it's not a fantasy, right? You're not living in a fantasy. Like if you can sense or feel that there's a romantic interest coming your way, or a potential high quality partner of some kind coming your way, if you can feel that, it's not a delusion. Okay? And if you have someone here, let's say this is for some of you a mentor, let's say that, or a spiritual leader of some kind. Their advice, what they say, what they feel, what they're seeing when they look into your life, it's also not rooted in delusion. It's not convoluted. It's coming from a place of inner wisdom. It's coming from a place of real experience, which means you can believe it and you can avoid certain mistakes by taking their advice. Okay? There's nothing here to me that suggests that you are in a state of confusion or feeling like, you may be second guessing yourself once in a while here and there, but nothing here indicates that you should be feeling that or should be doing that. Okay? We have Temperance coming through here, and I love the angels, okay? On either side of the Eight of Cups here. We have a card of Sagittarius, we have a card of Gemini, which of course just happens to be where the nodes are. And it's interesting that you are heading toward the card of Gemini, which the North Node is often, a place of destiny. We can very generically say that, I guess. And so here you are sort of headed toward a destiny point. It might be small. It doesn't necessarily have to be this huge thing, but it could be huge for some of you. Just depends. But that's really where you're headed. But either way, on either sides of this transition, right? Because Eight of Cups is leaving something that's comfortable and purposefully moving into an uncomfortable zone, into an uncomfortable terrain, based solely on faith. Based solely on the idea that things are going to work out. Because usually you leave these 8 cups because they no longer serve. It's possible to be grateful and appreciative of things, but also know that they've expired. Something has reached an expiration date, and probably then some. Like I feel that there are just things that are a little overdue. Things that you wanted to do probably last year that you couldn't do because of the global events, right? Things that you couldn't do. And now it's like, okay, like I have to do it now, because if I don't do it now, then I'm just going to be one of those grumpy, old, angry people who just yells at everybody all the time, right? It's like I have to live my life. I have to find love. I have to find this joy. I have to embrace this moment. I don't want it to be any other way. And what's so beautiful about it is that you have an angel on either side, almost as though there's like a blessing here, a blessing of where you're coming from and a blessing in terms of where you're going. And it's this, again, peaceful transition, this harmonious transition in light of this change. And we have this DNA karma. Now, this isn't technically the card of ancestors. Okay, and you don't really have a lot going on. We have a Pluto retrograde in your 5th house. Not a lot going on in the 5th house there. But in terms of ancestors and generations, I almost feel like these angels are your ancestors, okay? That there's a connection there. And it's not necessarily these super, super high level angels or spirits surrounding you, that it's just something so much more close to home. It's a bloodline. Your grandparents, your great-grandparents, even your mother or your father. It's sort of grabbing you by the hand and saying, it's time, let's go, you're safe, it's okay, that this is right, that this is good. And that it's okay to let go of the way you saw things. Page of Swords. Page of Swords has so much to do with unlearning things. Unlearn the pattern. Unlearn the perception. Unlearn the perspective. See, this Emperor is a powerful force because he is a force. He is the Emperor. He is a powerful entity or a powerful energy. And he's here. He's around. He's available to you. And because this guy is walking toward the Lovers, and we also have Jupiter retrograde Jupiter transitioning through Pisces next year, I feel like this is, for many of you, again, not all of you, but for many of you, a romantic connection. And the type of person that you thought or that you think should be in your life, I almost feel like on some level you may have felt or kept telling yourself that you have unrealistic expectation. And yet, because I'm just like, I'm seeing this, right? I'm seeing this, and I feel like there's such a desire for something passionate, a desire for deep longing, a deep, just sort of like merging of souls kind of thing. And that maybe you tried to settle in the past. You almost sort of tried to talk yourself down off that pedestal, right? Realistic, you removed the fantasy. You made it more realistic, and yet you knew in your heart that it wasn't right. What I'm feeling is that Virgo tried to scale back and only found disappointment there. And what's happening is you're scaling back up now. It's like the Emperor or nothing. And you're okay with that, being okay with that. It's deep, incredible soul level connection or nothing. And you're not just going to go with someone or something. You're not just going to delve into a business with someone. You're not just going to, try to build something with anybody if it's not over the top incredible. But see, what I am feeling with the Venus and the Harmony card, and also see the building blocks here too, this is you sort of asking for the best of both worlds. Something practical that works, something where there is compatibility, there is a shared vision, you do want the same things, you do want the same, kind of lifestyle, you want the same whatever, you want the same things, but you also have that Venusian soulmate, lovers energy on top of it. This is somebody that you had to get ready for. Now, if this is like a business scenario, right? This is like even the client that you had to work hard to get to a place to be able to really handle what this client needs from you. All of the life experiences that you've had, all of the karma you've had to clear out, all of the lessons you've had to learn, all of those were meant specifically to get you to a place that would be able to feel deserving of this. All the things that broke you so you could rebuild building blocks stronger and better to support this. Okay? And what I love is there's just no desperation here. It's just movement. It's just time. And you just know. And you're just ready to move into that unknown terrain. But unbeknownst to you, you don't even know that you're walking straight into a Garden of Eden. You don't even know that you're walking straight into this amazing and beautiful place of abundance and growth and love and spiritual connection. And for those of you not here for love, also money and success and all of the kind of even worldly things too. This is not just a spiritual thing. It's also worldly too. The having of the things, right? The physical catching up. Now, I also wanted to look at this card here too, because we have I am open to seeing both sides of a situation. Again, the openness here with the Page of Swords, being open to where you've been wrong, where you've been stubborn, where you've been stuck, where you have been realistic to your detriment. When this person advises you or comes in, or this person, because I do feel that this person is a challenge. Sorry, I know I'm just pausing for a second because I just have this vision of my mind. That this person, it's not going to be an immediate boom, we get along. In fact, I also kind of see this King of Swords being the same as the Emperor here as well, kind of showing up in multiple locations. And this person is so autonomous. They're so powerful in their own right. They're talented, they're skilled, they're the best at what they do. They're a great person, but they're also a little unattainable. Now, I'm not trying to make you guys roll your eyes and be like, oh my gosh, like for real, like I've gotten over the unavailable people, But that's what makes this kind of so weirdly great, and is that you win. Because I'm looking at this Knight of Cups and I feel that on the exterior, this person is so much. But for you, they're soft. They wear their own heart on their sleeve a little bit. This is the person that you left so much behind for. Okay, now again, it might not be a person. I'm just talking about it that way because it's an emperor. So this could even be a job offer as well. Like, this could be so many things. I'm sorry, it's hard. I'm reading for so many people. This could be a lot of different things. But this is what you've been holding out for. I don't think it's coming in this month, guys. I think this is preparation. This is the card saying, just to let you know, this is on the horizon for you. Just to let you know. Get ready and be, make sure you're walking away from things. Make sure you're detaching. Make sure you're letting go. Make sure that, flipping the script on this card a little bit, kind of going in the opposite direction, this could represent all of the closed doors that you encountered for the past 10 years. All the closed doors, right? All the things you're walking away from. You're going to be walking away from all the closed doors. This is what I mean with those kind of small decisions that you make. Let's say, for example, again, as we prepare for a Mercury retrograde in Libra, the whole ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend thing returning is a possibility for some of you. And that's that choice. That's the minuscule choice to not engage, to not feed into that, to not give energy to it. Because this is looming. If you engage with old energy, this is just you turning around and just grabbing one of these cups because it's familiar, right? But look, I'm telling you, we go from the 8 to the 9 to the 10 of cups. There is progression here. And the Lovers is, of course, saying, like, have faith in that progression. Have faith in the evolution of this situation. Have faith that this is going somewhere, even though you may only be able to perceive an unknown, strange, weird place, right? An incoherent, frequential place. Eventually, you'll reach the next sine wave, the next time of harmony. Every decision is a building block. Every decision is something impactful. Every decision matters. This is the power of Virgo season that I don't think a lot of people really talk about. And actually, maybe it's the part of Virgo season that I only just recently came into an understanding of. Decisions now. The small decisions that you make now, this time of year, as we're preparing kind of for the end of summer, right? We're preparing for the beginning of autumn, which is especially for the northern hemisphere anyway. But Libra season is indicative of the beginning of the new season, right? We have fall in the northern hemisphere and we have springtime in the southern hemisphere. So either way, that powerful change, it happens in Libra season. Libra and Aries season, the most potent. So you're preparing for that now. And for many of you, it's going to exceed your expectation by 1,000,000 miles. Because the Emperor never disappoints. The Emperor never misleads, never misguides. He never sways. He is stable and passionate and powerful. And that's what you deserve because that's what you've become. Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading and we'll see what else comes out. All right, I'll see you in just a sec. All right, Virgo, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. So these cards we're about to pull out are going to be the cards we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. If you want to join me, you are more than welcome. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. Okay. Let's see. Start with this deck first. We're going to clarify the Page of Swords. So what else do we need to know about the Page of Swords, which is essentially what the universe needs from you right now? Oh, see what I mean? From the 8 to the 9 to the 10 of Cups. You have to believe that the 10 of Cups is possible. right? You have to believe it. This is not fantasy world. We're not in fantasy world right now. It's real. You have to believe that the 10 of Cups is possible for you. 8 of Coins. Beautiful. And 5 of Swords. Okay. The Emperor. What else do we need to know about this beautiful Emperor in the environment here? 2 of Coins. There's something so strong about choices right now, with the Lovers especially coming out. You have to make the good choices. The ones that truly align with a feeling of peace. 5 of Cups reversed. Beautiful. Okay, now let's take a look at the 9-card block. We're going to start with clarifying the world. Okay, Queen of Swords reversed. I feel like that one wanted to come out. 9 of Coins. King of Coins. Wow, look at all these kings. The Emperor reversed, the King of Wands. Queen of Cups. Jeez Louise, I'm having a hard time with these cards here. Okay, let's see what else for the Temperance. Beautiful Hierophant. The one thing you cannot do this month, I mean you can, but it won't be effective. You can't do something solely for the purpose of getting something else, right? The reason you move away with the 8 of Cups there, the reason you move away is simply because you feel that it's time to move away. That's the thing with the unknown. It's not like, if I go here, I'm going to get this thing. No, it's like, I'm going to move here because I don't want what's over there anymore. And you have no idea what's out there. You have no idea. This reading is here just to let you know that the Emperor is there somewhere, but we don't know like when officially it's going to happen, or how this person will really manifest in your life, or what role they're really going to play. It's not for you to really know that, because if you know that, there might be some kind of, self-fulfilling prophecy, and now's not the time for the self-fulfilling prophecy. This is really much more about destiny. Now, I don't normally pull out this many cards, but they all fell out, so I'm just going to take them all. So this is going to all be for the 8 of Cups. Another 10 of Cups as well. Beautiful. We love it. Okay, now the Lovers. Let's focus on the Lovers here. What does Virgo need to know about the Lovers card? Another 8 of Coins, beautiful 9 of Cups. Ooh, one more for that. Okay, beautiful. Emperor, High Priestess, 5 of Cups reversed. 2 5 of Cups reversed, that's interesting. Magician reversed. I want to do one more for this King of Swords here. Page of Wands, bottom of the deck. Well, we officially got every page. We have wands, swords, cups, and coins. So, okay, well, this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So I think there's going to be a little bit more to this story than what we talked about here. So again, if you want to join, that link is in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thanks so much. Have a great birthday month. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Libra. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading, and happy birthday to all the September Libras out there. Hope you guys get to do something wonderful and amazing for your special day. So let's go ahead and get started with this reading, beginning with the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you. Okay, so the Queen of Wands here. This is what the universe needs from you. It needs your power. It needs your confidence, your self-assuredness. It needs you to be potent, right? And potency really is not about giving the power away. Now, of all the things going on in the sky right now, we've got your ruling planet, Venus, beautiful in Libra. She'll be making her way into Scorpio on the, what day? The 10th. And we've got Mercury preparing to do his retrograde in your sign as well. However, I feel that the essence of this reading is more Chiron. Chiron in Aries in the 7th, which is your natural house. Chiron has been teaching Libra a lot of things about balance. It's been teaching Libra a lot of things that you cannot achieve balance by continuing to fill another person's cup. That you must achieve balance internally within yourself before you can have order in your external world. And Libra tends to have, this life experience, right? You're kind of the essence of your story is learning about balance, learning about equality, learning about justice and what is fair. And unfortunately, there's a lot of self-sacrifice wrapped up in those types of lessons. But I think Chiron now is working his magic. Now that he's in kind of the second decan here, he's sitting at 11 degrees of Aries in the 7th house. He's retrograde now, as are all the outer planets officially. And then again, remember Mercury doing a retrograde as well. Chiron here is healing the wounds of the past imbalances. And when I look at this Queen of Wands, I see somebody who is so self-assured, who is so confident and so powerful in her own right. She's confident in what she knows, confident in what she thinks, confident in what she feels, and what her intuition is saying and guiding her to do, that there are really no questions. And I feel that this is probably one of the most clear times, or has the potential to be the most clear time for you, Libra. Okay, now if you're not feeling that, that's because somewhere in your mind, you're telling yourself some lies. And I think Mercury retrograde in Libra is weirdly going to be very much about truth, because that's going to be coupled with Venus coming through Scorpio. And as Venus opposes Uranus in Taurus, there is going to be a moment of understanding, an innovative type of truth that just must come forward, okay? In the environment, we have the Hermit, which means, I hate to say this, but like when the Hermit or the High Priestess come out in the environment, it tells me that there's not a lot of evidence out there for you to really lean upon, right? You can't rely upon other people. You can't rely upon your normal sources of information. This has to come from an internal wisdom type of place. And that is going hand in hand with the reason why I was talking all about Chiron and Aries is because the Queen of Wands signifies the Aries archetype. Okay, that's why I was going off on that tangent. And it's about the self. It's about your connection with your body, your connection with your own existence. And the Hermit is a more elevated level of understanding of what that existence truly is. Now, I was trying to decide where to really go from these two cards, and I think I want to go from here with the here and now and the card that says honesty. I can't always expect the truth from others, but I can expect it from myself. See, the world is such that we cannot afford to be lying to ourselves. We cannot afford to be telling ourselves or trying to convince ourselves of certain things that we know in our gut to be untrue. And this goes for every area of your life, your romantic relationships, your children, your relationships with your bosses and your coworkers, your relationships with, whatever else is, whatever other institutions are in your life. You cannot continue to lie. Now, another placement I want to really, really bring up is the North Node in Gemini and the South Node in Sagittarius. For you, right, these are in opposite rulership houses. So Gemini ruling the 9th, Sagittarius ruling the 3rd. But this is the teaching, learning axis. This is the philosophical axis. It's about information and understanding certain information. And understanding when you are being manipulated or convinced and when it's a truth. And when you are so present in the here and now, you have to live only for the now, which is what the Queen of Wands is so good at. She's not necessarily the most forward-thinking energy, right? When we think of the Aries archetype, we don't think of necessarily long-term plans. We think of spontaneity and unpredictability. We think of moment to moment. And in a weird way, it's a very mature way to live. Spiritually mature. Because it's respectful of life itself in the way that, people respect the ocean, right? You respect the power of the ocean. When you respect the power of life and you live according to that respect, wonderful things can happen. And we have this Saturn card here, which we know is also going retrograde in your 5th house. And this Saturn retrograde is an opportunity for you to tap into your inner morality, your inner goodness, your inner alignment with the moral code of the universe, to do what is right for you, to do what is best for you. Mercury retrograde is giving you the opportunity to analyze, to reanalyze, to reevaluate everything about yourself. And when Mars enters into Libra on the 14th, that's even going to be even more so. And then that even will be amplified by the Sun entering into Libra on the 22nd of September. Okay? So when we get into the 9-card block, we have this start off with the 9 of Wands. Now, the 9 of Wands it's a protective energy. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. In this particular context, I feel like this 9 of Wands is a necessity because you're not going to be receiving the evidence or validation from the external world that you may have been hoping for or dependent on, which means you have to be secure in your knowledge of your truth. And when I say your truth, I don't necessarily mean like your opinions on things. Okay, because I feel that truth is just kind of one thing. And when we have all these different versions of truth, that's more perspective and all of that. But truth is kind of a neutral essence of what truly is. And I feel that this month is an opportunity for you to connect with that. Because that is what is divine. That is what is directly from God or the creator or spirit. And you have to protect it, and you have to be bold in protecting. And you have to be able to stand firm and strong. Now, this can manifest in so many ways. It can be more mundane, right? Dealing with people in the office, dealing with an annoying client, going out, trying to find a job, going out, trying to find a new home, going out, trying to find a new lover, but it doesn't matter how small or big this is in your life. Big, small, it's all the same, right? Zero, the infinite, it's all the same, just two sides of the same coin. And what matters is our response. See, this Four of Wands is a suggestion of stability. It's a suggestion of being rooted. And I always connect this Four of Wands card with the fourth house cusp in our astrology. Now, the fourth house cusp is ruled for you guys by Capricorn. Capricorn is ruled by Saturn. So we have that stability and that sort of longevity in store for us as long as we are continually rooted in truth, rooted in the divine. There's a passion that seems to be emerging from Libra, a passion to make something happen, a passion to make a change, a passion to fall in love, a passion to create and to really step into the creative role in their own life, as is amplified by both Saturn and Jupiter retrograde, right? Jupiter went into Pisces, now he's retrograde back into Aquarius. And we have this, we just had the full moon in Aquarius, the second blue moon or full moon in Aquarius at the very last degree there. Okay, so a lot of that fifth house energy really permeating through pretty much everything you're doing. Now, the sun reverse is a suggestion that, what I'm feeling is, I don't know the word. I'm so sorry. This is like 6th grade science, like refraction. Is that what it is? Like when a single beam of light goes into like a crystal or a prism and it like fractions off into the rainbow. I feel like there's refraction going on, if that's the right word. Sorry, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong on that. And there's so much separation going on. There's separation between red, yellow, orange, green, blue, indigo, violet, right? There's refraction. There's all these groups. There's all this separateness. And as a Libra, being okay, and I say this once in a while, and I'm going to reiterate it this time. Libra does not get enough credit for the capacity of empathy and the capacity of intuition that it actually has. Libra, it's always, indecisive and, style and beauty and gossip and relationships and marriage. But because of that Cancer on the 10th house and the ability to empathize with the other side of the scale, you are probably one of the most sensitive and intuitive zodiac signs in the wheel. So this separateness you feel. Not only can you observe it, but you feel it. You feel it out there. You feel it with so many things. And this is where this empowerment comes. It's that here and now, that honesty to remain complete by choice. We have this DNA karma card, which also came out for Virgo as well. And there's this sort of, indication that this is an opportunity this whole year, 2021 as a whole. Now, when I say 2021, I really mean from Aries season of 2021 into the end of Pisces season 2022. Okay, so this zodiacal year. This particular year really is for breakage and freedom from certain chains and tethers that you are meant to be free from. But the only way to free yourself is through this containment, is through this conscious choice to stay at a point of completion, even in light of hardship. Because this Uranus retrograde that's happening now in Taurus, sitting at the 14th degree, the 14-degree mark. Like that's, again, similar to Chiron, right? There's this middle of the sign zodiacal energy, and it's being pulled backwards in your 8th house. Middle degrees are potent, okay? And in terms of the decans, right, I'm going to use more modern astrology here, right? We have the first decan ruled by Venus, the second decan ruled by Mercury. So there's a mercurial axis, or mercurial energy, I guess we could say, going on with the Taurus Uranus retrograde. Changeability, adaptability, 180-degree turns, spontaneity. See, Queen of Wands, spontaneity. She's needed here. Remember, I'm kind of changing my tune because as I've been doing this sort of layout for a while now, I'm starting to realize that this isn't necessarily like where you're at, but more so this is what the universe needs from you. The Queen of Wands. You can even think of it like, I need to be more like an Aries for a little while, to be more spontaneous like that, to be more adaptable like that. Okay, because things are changing very, very quickly. We know that the Death card indicates metamorphosis and transformation, meaning you are not a stagnant being. With all the external planets going retrograde now, whenever a planet goes retrograde, for me, it's an internalization of that archetype. And to have everything being so internalized right now, no wonder why the Hermit is coming out, because there's no external world, anything to grasp onto. You can't rely upon it. You can't trust it. You have to ask yourself. And a lot of this honesty, harsh Saturnian honesty, decisions and moments made in the here and now, boom, very quickly, rooted in instinct, rooted in gut intuitive feeling. Of course, the Three of Swords is imminent. Of course, there are things that you must let go. We have a card of emotional loss. Yeah, that's to be expected. You know, for the next 3 years, it's to be expected. Why do I say this? Because we have Saturn going through the rest of Aquarius through 22, through 23 and 24, it's going to be in Pisces. There's just this continual unraveling of things because this is the end of a massive Saturnian cycle. Happens every 28, 29 years. And it's important to let go. And the good thing about Aquarius is there's a consciousness to it. There's an awareness. When it goes through Pisces, there's not so much of an awareness of it. It's just kind of illusionary or kind of strange smoke and mirrors kind of vibes. But now you can consciously undergo these processes and understand that you are going through these processes. And hopefully that sort of makes it a little bit easier. Now, there's two kind of qualities here. We have a Queen of Coins and we have a Knight of Swords. You're coming out with the Queen of Wands, and I feel that this Queen of Coins is also you and what the universe is really needing you to encapsulate. Strong feminine energy. We have both a masculine with the fire and a feminine with the earth. We have the passion and the spontaneity and unpredictability of the Queen of Wands, and we have the practicality, because this is very Capricorn energy, right? Again, ruled by Saturn. There is a very real ambition and a drive to make things happen. Now, Libras have this anyway because of the 4th house Capricorn, because that 4th house, in my opinion, is one of, if not the most important, that determines really how our life really goes. Because we have this root. This is really where we come from. You came from a place, right? And I don't necessarily mean your childhood, but I mean just the inner side of you. You're coming from a place that really cares. You're coming from a place that takes responsibility. You're coming from a place that holds itself accountable in a Saturnian way. See, what I'm feeling strongly with these two combinations, or the combination of these two cards rather, is that success is the only option here. That's the only option you've given yourself. It's going to work. It is going to succeed. You're going to make the money. You are going to fall in love. And there's no compromises. See, you're very close to achieving your goal. This is so similar to Virgo's reading. Virgo is relevant for you guys because it's in your 12th house. Okay, so there's that subconscious part of you that's very Virgo. You're very close to achieving your goal, Libra. Don't compromise now. Don't settle now. That would be doing yourself a huge disservice. Don't settle for the small, incapable energies. What do you really demand in your life? Do you demand, let's say, for a romantic situation? Because I know a lot of people are here for romance in relationships, okay? So from a relationship standpoint, do you require someone who is emotionally intelligent, who has the capacity to articulate certain things and emotions and difficult points of topic? Right? Of course that's what you want. Of course that's what you demand. And that's what a queen, she wouldn't settle for anything less than that. Because of this empowerment, not everyone is going to be super pleased. Now, this Knight of Swords, as you guys know, for me as a reader, if you've been with me for any length of time, you know that this card for me is a very extreme card. Sometimes I love it, but the other times I have a really hard time with it because it's so polarized. And this is someone who only sees things in very black and white kinds of ways. And they are so narrow-minded because I see this person. I kind of wish this horse had like those blinders on, because I feel like that's really what's going on, is that this horse and this knight is just only going in one direction and that's it. And there's no possibility for any wiggle room here. So what this person is doing is reacting to your empowerment. They're reacting to your willingness to let them go. This person has ego written all over them, and it's not a healthy, good, productive ego. It's selfish, victimized, powerless ego that's scared and is ruled by fear. Because they see you walking away. Oh, I have a hair. They see you walking away. Not only do they see you walking away, but they see you willing to do the work that it's going to require to build the life that you want to build. And in that mirror, when this person looks in that mirror, they are confronting all of their own shortcomings. And a tendency for Libra, given the Cancerian midheaven, given their empathic and intuitive nature, is to run to this person and to convince them that it's all going to be okay, and to convince them that it's okay and you're doing a good job. But this is not the month to do that for them, because they are needing to go through an extensive growth period. The only way you can really help them is by continuing to be the best that you can be. Make them come up to your level. That's all you can do. That's all you should do. Make them confront themselves. Make them sit with their insecurities and their fear. Make them sit with their loneliness. Make them sit in it. Make them feel it. I'm not trying to say that it's your job to punish this person or whatever, but that's the only way to really grow. You can be supportive and loving and comforting without jumping in to do the work or to console them into thinking that they don't need to do the work. Everybody needs to do the work and they need to do it themselves. There is no sharing of that responsibility. It's impossible. I cannot do your spiritual work for you. So you've already come into the understanding that no one can do it for you. Therefore, you know that you can't do it for them. And with your strength and your endeavors and your ambition and your empowerment, people cower. And that's not your problem. But that's why you have to be so protective of this. You have to understand and see what's happening so that you don't lose your footing, because you have to be sure-footed. Four of Wands. You have to have that rooting, and you have to have that grounding. This is the chance for you to lean into the power of Capricorn in the fourth. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and get the clarifiers out for you guys for the comprehensive. So, see you in just a sec. Okay, oh, whoops, Libra. I've got to grab the right deck here. All right, so we're going to go ahead and clarify these cards. So the cards I'm about to pull out, we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right, you guys, let's take a look at this Queen of Wands. What else does the universe really need from you right now? What does the universe need from you right now? Ace of Cups reversed. I actually don't mind that reversal. It's giving me a feeling of hope. There are actions that need to be taken, guys, for sure. Some planning that needs to be done. I don't know where you're trying to get, right? I don't know or where you're trying to go. I don't know what you're trying to get, where you're trying to go, if I could talk. But the universe is needing you to set things in motion. It's needing you to act. It needs you to step into that co-creator role right now. The path is super clear for you guys. You know, the Seven of Wands doesn't come out very often with this particular deck when I shuffle, which is interesting. Okay, so now let's take a look. Did I put reversals in? Yes, I did. Okay. Did I? I did. Okay. Just not that many. Okay. But we're going to do the Nine of Wands now, clarifying the Nine of Wands. What else does Libra need to know now about the Nine of Wands? See, you're going to have to do things and say things that people just really aren't going to like. And you have to be okay with that. And I know I'm talking to Libra. I know I'm a Libran ascendant. Like, I totally get it. That super sucks, right? But that's just what's going to need to be done. King of, oh, beautiful. I love it. Okay. Four of Wands. Ooh, beautiful Ace of Wands. So we have a lot of aces, as we often do with Libra. That seems to be like your thing. Swords, Wands, and Cups. Aces are Libra's thing. For years now. I think since 2018. It's like always aces with you guys. Seven of Coins, which comes out in the environment as well. Five of Wands. Oh, I love that. Oh, we got a couple. Okay, we got a King of Cups reversed. What was even this card? I forget. Oh, Three of Swords. Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to point something out. I know this is kind of random and probably not very relevant, but with the queens, we have feminine earth, masculine fire. And then with the kings, we have masculine air and feminine water. So it's interesting to have that masculine and feminine match going on there like that. And having each element being represented and each duality. Queen. Beautiful. I don't know. I feel like Libra is like serious business this month. Super serious business. And it's not necessarily good or bad. It just kind of is. It's just what needs to be done. It's Virgo season. There are things that need to get done. You know, that's it. There's just emails to send and phone calls to make and things to do. And you just have to make things happen. Ooh, beautiful. I love that connection. We'll talk about that. Okay. This has a lot to do with people, I feel like. The right... Ooh, another ace. See? All four aces coming out. What did I tell you guys? You guys are like the rulers of the aces. Tower reversed. Ooh, and the Magician. There's the creative role. Remember, this is so critical. You have to know what you really are. You have to understand that you create so much about your life. Okay? And I know you do, and you're going to see a lot of people that really don't. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up with the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. Again, the link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. And I hope you guys have an amazing September. Talk to you guys soon. Take care. Hello, Scorpio. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited about this month, okay, because we've got the sun transiting your 11th house right now in Virgo, which is really, really great. Plus, we also have Mars finishing out his transit. Now, he's going to be there only until September 14th before he moves into Libra, okay? When Mars hits the 12th house, right? This is going to be around the time Mercury is going to be in shadow. There's going to be a Mercury retrograde in your 12th house. Venus will be in Scorpio. But when Mars hits the 12th house, you know, there's probably going to be a tendency that you're going to need to rest. All right. So I kind of feel that using the next few weeks or next couple of weeks is going to be really, really, really important for you guys to kind of tie up loose ends. All right. Now, in this position, the more and more I do this spread, I've kind of discovered that this position has a lot to do with what the universe needs from you. Because not all of you are really kind of feeling like a king of coins right now. Hopefully you are. But if you're not, that's okay. But this is really what the universe needs. So what is the king of coins? What does this mean? All right, this is first of all, it's a card of empowerment. And in a weird way, it's about control. And I don't mean bad control. I mean control over the things that you actually have control over. And because it's Virgo season and it's the 11th house, this has a lot to do with the more earthy or mundane kinds of things. And finances is a big part of that. Now, when Venus enters into Scorpio on the 10th, all right, there's going to be a big focus or a feeling or a shift of energy. It's going to be more toward money, and relationships both, okay? But right now I'm seeing a lot about money. I'm seeing a lot about taking care of your finances, taking care of any debts that you have, any kind of outstanding anything, and just getting on top of it, okay? And if there's a business endeavor that you have or whatever it is, like tend to the details right now. Mars in Virgo is so fantastic for that. Send the emails, make the phone calls, set up the appointments, deal with the clients, have the conversations, right? Because Virgo is about cleaning everything up. But see, for you, Virgo is in the 11th house, and the 11th house has a lot to do with gains. Okay, so gains in the same way that, like, if you invest in, a stock at like $10 stock, and then, it appreciates or the market grows or whatever happens, and now all of a sudden it's worth $20, right? Those are gains. And it's gains that you don't necessarily have to work that hard for. All right, so this is about small investments, small kinds of places, okay, because they have big returns for you right now. All right, now in the environment, we have the shadow side, which means that there's probably going to be some event or conversation or some person or some whatever that comes forward and, makes you deal with your shadow a little bit. You're going to have to deal with that darker part of you. And even, the mundane stuff, taking care of these smaller things, making certain behavioral changes. Even, I know that sounds so boring. I know we're here for a tarot reading and we want it to be a little bit sexier, but I don't think this is going to be a super sexy month for you guys, with the exception of when Venus comes into an opposition with Uranus. All right, which is going to be happening. I actually don't have the exact date of that on my little notes of dates, but when she moves into Scorpio on the 14th, right, she's going to be building to this Uranus opposition here. So with the exception of that, this is just regular life. It's Virgo season. I don't know what else to tell you. You don't really have a lot going on in the 10th house. You have, we all have the retrogrades going on, and that's about it. So, we have this shadow side indicating it's time to deal with what's bugging you, because when the sun comes into Scorpio, right, end of October and through November, when the sun comes into Scorpio, it's an opportunity for you to really begin again. Libra season is about detaching. It's about surrendering. And right now, you have to allow those things to surface so that you know what you're surrendering to, what you are detaching from, what you are forgiving, what you're moving past, what you're letting go. So the environment is going to bring forth certain things. Now, we have this oracle card over here that says tsunami. It's a wake-up call. We have this one that says expect powerful change. This is going to be most likely an internal change, but could also have some external effects. As above, so below, right? That's the natural way of things. Expect powerful change, and you're going to get a wake-up call. Now, when I first saw this card come out, because I already pulled out these cards, I felt that this wake-up call was tied to these two cards. Because we have this Page of Coins and we have this Five of Swords. I feel that this Page of Swords the Page of Coins, it's not you. It's someone else, okay? It's someone else that's giving you some kind of an offering. And my immediate instinct, right after I pulled this card, because I think they actually kind of came out together, was like, how dare they? Like, how dare they give me these pennies? How dare they give me such little effort? How dare they think that this little thing is gonna make everything better, right? I mean, because like when you're talking about a King of Coins, this Page of Coins offering is a little offensive, right? It's annoying because this is someone who's coming to you in whatever capacity, professional, romantic, or otherwise, and is thinking that, and you're perceiving that this is what they think you're worth. And the Five of Swords is the trigger. And this, I think, is a triggering moment that's going to bring out this shadow side of you. Now, I want to tell you right now that this whole situation has nothing to do with them. In fact, this Page of Coins is kind of an innocent energy, and it's kind of a, their perception of what's going on is vastly different from yours. And it's going to be important for you to step into a higher mind. I actually feel like you're coming out very masculine. I feel like this King of Coins is you, this Emperor is you, this King of Swords is you. I mean, you're coming out really masculine right now. You're coming out powerful and dominant, which is a Scorpio thing anyway. That's really what you should be anyway. And I almost feel that this Page of Coins, I'm not going to use the word full on intimidated, right? But there's a quality of lack of surety. They're really not sure. They don't know how you're really going to react. And what they think this little coin is, they think it's a lot. You think it's little. It's not about the offering itself. Okay, that's going to be a very important thing to keep in mind. It's not about the offering itself. It's about the intention with which it's given, right? Because that's what we always say when someone gives a gift. It's the thought that counts. That's what we always say, right? You're going to have to keep that in mind. It's the thought that counts. And you're going to have to be able to look past the offering itself. And that's going to require you to go deep within yourself. Because the very first emotion that I felt, okay, because I kind of tend to read these cards from a more clairsentient place, okay? I more have feelings about certain emotions more so than seeing visions or hearing things. And I got annoyed. You're going to get annoyed. You're going to be offended. You're going to be, but that's the moment that you do this King of Swords, King of Coins thing. Now, this King of Swords is interesting because this is the Aquarius archetype. Okay, Aquarius, we've got Saturn retrograde, we've got Jupiter retrograde in here, and it's the ruler of your fourth house, which means, right, that because the fourth house to me is actually probably the most important house because it's where we are grounded, where we are rooted. It's our core that branches off to all the other areas. Saturn retrograde, Jupiter retrograde, we have two of these masters. Saturn is a master, Jupiter is a master, but they teach you in very different ways. And we have both of them in Aquarius right now. So both of them are asking you to go back to where you came from, to go back to the root of the issue where this shadow began. And they're asking you to go deep within yourself, the way a King of Swords would be capable of doing, because he can detach from offensive feelings. He does not identify with those, but he goes deeper and say, why does this offend me so? Why does it offend me so much? Why does it make me feel unworthy? Or why do I get offended that this is what I think the other person thinks? You have to get out of your perception here. You have to get out of your house of cards. Because otherwise there's going to be a very harsh reality. A tsunami is no joke. It's destructive. Powerful change. We have an eclipse energy coming out in these cards. It's no joke. Now we have this empathy card over here that says, I am open to seeing both sides of a situation. That's the King of Swords. Okay, because he rules the thoughts. He can step back, look at his Five of Swords, and try to see it from this other person's perspective. Because what I think you'll actually see when you really look at it is actually that what you originally perceived to be not worth very much is actually worth a lot. That this Page of Coins is actually a Queen of Coins, that this is a beautiful, solid, meaningful offering. and it means a lot to the other person. And it's difficult for the other person. I think they approach you in a timid way, or in a way that you perceive to be timid. That might be more what bugs you. What is that? Timidity? Is that even a word? That they're so timid, that they are so almost docile, gentle. Because a king, an emperor, they want someone who's empowered to come up. But this is about accepting people for who they are, okay? With no expectation that they should be anything else. The Queen of Coins, she just simply has a completely different astrological makeup than you have. All right, there's a code, right? I always say that our astrology charts are like our code. It's the code for our avatar, right? In like it's almost like a computer program, right? It's the avatar that you choose. It has a totally different personality, different talents, different skills. So it's the real appreciation for this avatar, this person's journey, this person's story, this person's everything. Because if you really looked, it's so beautiful. If you really looked, you would see that this is much more meaningful than even what you expected. And in a way, I'm getting the word cherish, that this is actually something that you should cherish. It's kind of like when you're a kid, you know how kids are always painting and drawing and scribbling, It's like, it just kind of looks like crap sometimes, it's maybe not the best artist or whatever, but you cherish it. Because it's the expression of this child. It's the expression of this child's artistic nature, of the way the child sees things. And it's a beautiful step in their progress. And I see a graduation from a king to an emperor. I mean, this is a final exam, almost. It's a final exam of empathy. We have the water element, which of course is perfect for you as a water sign. We have the water element coming through, and water is so magical here, and it is deeply empathic and so sensitive. And you are Scorpio, right? Because you have that more psychological component. You have this ability to really get to the root of things. So, you can think deeply. This is something for you to think deeply about. Maybe not think, feel water. Feel deeply about it. And it's not a harsh emotion. It's not pain. It's not suffering. It's nothing like that. It's feeling them. And you're going to come into new and deeper understandings of your own multidimensionality. Because if you are an empath, and I'm not saying, that this is your trauma talking. It's not, right? This is not trauma-based. This is you as a magician, you as a creator, you as a human being. We all have the capacity for empathy. Whether we use it or not, totally different story. But this is your chance to purposefully use it to understand and connect with how different another person is. Now, it doesn't mean you have to accept the offer, okay? This is the thing. It's not about whether you accept or reject. In fact, I actually think a lot of you are going to reject it, Three of Swords. I think a lot of you are going to realize how difficult it was for this person to come forward, how difficult it was for them to say what they needed to say, even though, again, you perceive it as being no big deal. But it's that appreciation. That is what graduates you. It's not what you choose to do with this. You can cherish the moment and still reject the offer. I know that you're looking for something more. That's why this is offensive. And this might even be an actual financial something, right? Where you actually get a job offer and the salary is a lot lower. Okay? It could be an offer of love because, again, Venus coming into your sign, there could absolutely be a lot of romantic elements here, especially with Uranus going retrograde in the 7th house. Plus, not only that, but we're preparing for the North Node to come into Taurus now as well. You're going to be the host of the South Node. North Node will be in Taurus in your 7th house. So there's going to be a lot of focus on other people through 2022 and through the first half of 2023. There's going to be eclipses in your signs. Okay, so we're starting to feel that building. We're not quite there yet, but it's building. And so South Node in your sign asks you to focus more on the other. This is the beginning of that. You are looking for something more, 3 of Coins. You're looking for something with someone that you can really build, because I often see this as a creative project, right? People come together from all walks of life, from different ideas, and you collaborate and you build something together with a little bit of you and a little bit of them, and you build something fantastic and great that a lot of people can really enjoy. This is a collaboration, it's creativity, it's communication, it's getting on the same page, it's working together, building group projects, all that kind of stuff. And I always say, I feel like this is more of an architect, okay? And it's the process of putting together the blueprints. 3 of Coins, it's the blueprint process. The plan, the strategy. I know you have big ideas for your life, Scorpio. You have big ideas for your life. You need this experience because you need to graduate. You need to be at the Emperor's position. You need to be at that level of empathy. You need that in order to build what you're truly meant to build. So don't be frustrated by this. This is the means by which this becomes possible. We have prosperity begins. We have 2 kind of Ace of Wands cards here. Boom. This is a powerful beginning. And I feel like over the course of the next few months, because remember, right, we're almost to Scorpio season. It's almost your time. Sun comes through Scorpio. Mars is trailing behind the sun. When Mars gets to Scorpio, like look out, those couple months near the end of the year are going to be like so powerful for you. The end of 2021 is going to be Scorpio's time to really just barrel forward, because I see this Knight of Swords. Now, what's interesting is this card came out in the exact same position with Libra, but I felt a totally different way about it. Now, guys who know me, people who have watched me for any length of time, know that this card always speaks to me in more extremes. It's either a super positive card or a really difficult card to get. Knight of Swords in this instance running toward the Ace of Wands, I think is fantastic, because it's the determination to chase this Ace of Wands. It's the determination to chase prosperity, especially as a King of Coins, right? This is what the universe needs from you. It needs you to go after prosperity. It needs you to go after wealth and abundance. It needs that from you. It needs you to do that, because it's going to be putting you in a position to be more impactful, to be more of a force within your communities, within your families, within your, associations. Scorpio is meant to be a leader in so many ways. You've got Leo on the 10th house. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You're meant to be in the spotlight. You're meant to be powerful. You're meant to be a leader of some kind. You're meant to create. You're meant to help. And this is where a new thing begins. 2022, as Jupiter comes to your 5th house, is going to be absolutely phenomenal for you. It's only the first half of 20, because Jupiter is going to move really quick through Pisces. It's only the first 5 months, I think. of 2022. And now's the time to get ready for that, because holy cow, when Jupiter comes through Pisces, you are going to be creating like insane creation. And it's going to be inspired and beautiful. Now, this particular individual, last card I haven't talked about yet, is this soulmate card. There are all sorts of soulmates. This is a soulmate, and they're helping you in a deep, meaningful way, because it is a step. They are acting like a step or a stepping stone that you must land on in order to get to the next one. You have to be here. You have to deal with this. You have to be in some form of communication, some form of contact with this person. This is a meant to be moment. Now, a lot of you are probably watching this and being like, what the heck is she talking about? I have no idea. I always tell people, like, re-watch this at the end of the month. Watch backwards and see what this really is, because I know I get so many messages with people like, this makes no sense at the beginning of the month. I have no idea what you're talking about. But when I re-watch it, 4 weeks from now, it all makes total sense. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifier cards. All right, see you in just a sec. All right, Scorpio, let's get these clarifiers out for you. So the cards I'm about to pull out, guys, are the cards I'm going to cover in the comprehensive reading. We'd usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes additional about these cards. So if you want to join me, the link for that will be in the description. Oops, if I can shuffle. The link for that will be in the description box or the comment thread down below. All right, so let's start with this King of Coins. So what else does the universe really need from you right now? What does the universe need from you? Three of Cups. Beautiful. It needs you to feel abundant, guys. The best way to do this is just through feeling grateful, right? Just say, I'm grateful for this. I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Like over and over and over and over again, okay? 9 of Wands needs your strength, valor, determination. 8 of Wands, your willingness to move forward. Now for the environment, 4 of Cups. 9 of Coins. And 9 of Swords. Interesting. Okay, now we're going to pull out for the 9-card block here, starting with the Page of Coins. What else do you need to know about the Page of Coins? Oh my gosh, you guys, you see what I mean? It's not a small offering. It means a lot to them. You don't have to take it, but it means a lot to them. Okay? Five of Cups reversed. So, I'm so sorry, this is terrible, but the words that came to my mind, get over yourself, right? This is not a time to be arrogant. This is a time for compassion. Five of Swords, see, you walk away. See? You walk away from that trigger. See, a lot of movement there with that Five of Swords. It's just a moment. It's a flash. It's interesting that this whole reading is like all buckled down to this one little moment in time. But it's such a critical moment. The reaction, the response is so telling. See, the shadow side, the devil. It's the detachment. Oh my gosh, I can't even believe how these cards are just like validating everything that I just said. Knight of Swords. Oh, beautiful. Oh, we have Judgment. Do you know what? I just got a weird vision, super weird. I have to share with you. I'm thinking of this page with this Queen of Coins, with this Empress here. It's like in the beginning of Beauty and the Beast, when like that magical person, the angel, whoever it was, like comes in to the Beast's castle before he was a beast, when he was still a man, and she like gives him a gift, and he's like so disgusted by it that he like, I don't even remember, like throws it or something. And then she turns out to be this angel fairy person. It's like that. Like this person is the fairy angel in disguise. Oh my gosh, I probably should watch Beauty and the Beast before I start making an analogy. It's been like so long since I've seen that movie. Okay, the Emperor. Oh, another Emperor. Oh my gosh, and a card of Scorpio. Yeah, that Emperor is definitely you. Let's pull one more card for that. Page of Coins. Oh my gosh, I love it so much. Oh my gosh. Stop it. You can't make this stuff up. Another 8 of Wands. 10 of Wands reversed. Sorry, I forgot what card was down here. Oh, 3 of Swords. The Moon, the Hermit. Seven of Swords. Oh my gosh, what is going on here? Okay. Oh, another Queen of Coins. Beautiful. This might be a dating scenario for some of you, right? It's like a person approaches you wherever, grocery store, when you're out with your girlfriends, whatever. Someone approaches you and you're like, oh my gosh, like, please do not even, like, how dare you approach me? Like, gross. But then they turn out to be like a freaking amazing person, right? Like everything about them is amazing. Like I said, there's a disguise going on. There's a deception, not on purpose. You're deceiving yourself, because if you judge a book by its cover, it is going to fail you. I promise you that. Do not judge a book by its cover. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into the comprehensive. So if you guys want to join, again, that link is in the description box, comment thread down below. Thank you so much, you guys. I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have a good month. Take care. Hello, Sagittarius. Welcome to your September reading for 2021. Now, I'm coming to you from my new house, and I have no furniture in here at all, so I'm just doing this on the floor, so I'm sorry for the awkward angle of the cards, but hopefully y'all can still follow along. It will only be this month. Next month it will not be like this. Let's go ahead here and get started. So the card here, King of Wands, signifies really what the universe is needing from you this month. It needs your power, Sagittarius. It needs your power. It needs your passion. It needs your innovation. It's really important that you have trust in your ideas. It's important that you have faith in your knowingness. There's a big difference between wanting something and knowing that it's for you. And I think there's this powerful yet soft voice that's speaking to you right now and will continue to do so throughout the course of the month. The reason why you should have faith in these yearnings and these knowings is because your 10th house is activated through Virgo season, right? Your 10th house and your 11th house as we make our way into Libra season. These houses are so directed. They're so ambitious and so sure and so free. And the King of Wands here is not wanting you to hold yourself back because of what other people's opinions or what other people say is good for you. It's just your heart, your energy, your knowing. Now, in the environment, we have the Empress, which says that there is a vast amount of abundance, and this can be whatever you want it to mean. It can be, an option to be pregnant, right? Fertility. It can be financial. It can be, abundance in terms of getting a job. It could be abundance in terms of moving to a new home or a new location, or again, it's whatever you define it to be. And the universe wants you to know that there are no shortages at all. There are no shortages, and there are absolutely no hang-ups for you in terms of going to get those things. It's not even really about going to get them. What I love about the King of Wands, now this is a card that signifies the Leo archetype. Now Leo and Sagittarius are very similar, not only because they're fire signs, but because they're both ruled by the biggest entities in the solar system, right? Leo is ruled by the sun, which has a massive amount of gravity. But Jupiter, your ruling planet, is also huge. And you have just as much power in terms of magnetically pulling things into your life. And it's important for you to have faith in that magnetism, to have faith in that manifestation talent. The Empress is here to say, whatever you want, it can be yours. Now, I love that we get the moon out here, okay? The moon card, because that signifies a sensitivity, an empathy, an intuition. And this is what I mean about the knowingness. So we have a card here, a Leo card that's ruled by the sun, which is what, again, the universe needs this from you. It needs you to behave as though you are the sun. And it's also saying that you have the other luminary, right? Because the sun and the moon, there's been something with the sun and the moon this month. These cards or versions of them have been coming out subtly. The luminaries. It's your ability to produce light and to live as the light. And you have the masculine force, which is the ambition and the power and the self-confidence to go out and make things happen. And you have the feminine force, which is the more intuitive aspect. It's the more internalized, the more fluid and flexible. There may be changes. Expect powerful changes, new beginnings. There are changes and adjustments that are needed from you right now. And that's usually not a problem for Sagittarius because of your mutable energy, right? Because you're a mutable sign, meaning you're flexible, adaptable. And I know that you know that there are things in your life that just really need to be evolved. You know what those things are, and I know that you know. This whole year has been about change. It's been about freedom. It's been about evolution. It's about transition. Because when we make our way into 2022, which is a 6 year, and then we make our way into 2023, which is a 7, there are some really powerful manifestation through 2022, like the actual havingness, because it's ruled by Venus. And then we have the 7, which is a more spiritually wise energy. And this is going to be especially potent when Saturn enters into Pisces. Really, really, really spiritual. And the things that you're doing now are going to have relevance and importance in 2023. We have to understand that our cycles are not just short-term cycles. Okay, that this is a long-term situation that we're in. all right? And the decisions and the choices that you make now may seem strange, but remember, the moon is the knowingness. The Empress is the knowingness. There are no bad decisions. There are no faulty mindsets. Everything's on purpose to get you to do something or to say something or to make a change. Okay? And I love that this passion ignited is here, because this is not something that's going to cause or bring you toward a dead end. It's an opening. And it makes you feel alive. And I love this, especially with the King of Wands, because the passion is such an important part of a fire sign's life. The passion for life, for creativity, for music, for people, for love, for travel, for understanding and learning and wisdom, all of that. And we have this other card. Sorry, I know I'm doing all the oracle cards here first, but I mean, they're just so beautiful. Success. I know that there is no greater goal than to love. Now, love does not mean necessarily romantic love, although it could. Love is the greatest essence. One of the greatest essences. The love of life itself, the love of self, the love of passion itself, the love of what you do, the love of what you surround yourself with, the love of your journey. And it's because of that love that you are so intuitive. Okay? Now, I know that there are things that need to be let go of. I know you need to let those things go. I know it. And I know that there are things that you probably need to tell some people, and you know that they're not going to like it. But this 10 of Coins is a suggestion that your priorities are very clear. You have an idea of where you want to go. Now, this is not always physical, okay? It doesn't have to be a financial goal. It doesn't have to be a marriage goal or anything like that. It could also be a spiritual development goal. A goal to have peace and satisfaction in your life. 10 of Coins is yet again another symbol, and you can assign whatever meaning you want to that 10 of Coins. That's the beautiful thing about tarot, is it never really means anything until you give it meaning. So ask yourself, honestly, what does the 10 of Coins really mean for you? Because the Empress is here to ensure that those opportunities are made available for you, that the choices will be placed in front of you. And when she's not even just here, she's here as well. Okay, so she's sort of a double force coming out as a signifier that, like, Sagittarius, I promise the world is abundant. Sagittarius, I promise you can have it. I promise, I promise, I promise. It's like a rainbow. It's a promise. The universe is wanting to let you know that the risks and the change that you undergo, or that you're planning on undergoing, is not for nothing. But you have to be clear on what this 10 of Coins means, because the more clear you are, the more things that need to fall away will fall away. See, the problem is with being a human being, right? One of the problems is this 10 of Coins, we want to have this, but not necessarily go through the process to create the space for this. And that's the hardest part. That's the part that I think a lot of people struggle with, because when the space starts getting cleared up, it appears to be a struggle. It appears to be a hardship or a punishment. But really, these things falling away, these difficult things that must be said, these difficult conversations, these things that must be left in the past, that you really are being guided, like, don't worry about it anymore, don't think about it anymore, you can't change it now. All those things, they have to be done, because if you really want to enjoy what this is, and you really want to have this peace and satisfaction with this, then you have to cut cords. You may want to maintain balance with certain people. I guarantee you, if you let go of your desire to keep balance or to keep an open line of communication, if you let go of that, balance will naturally restore without any effort from you. The universe doesn't need you to restore balance. It's not your responsibility. I'm looking at this Eight of Coins reversed, and I feel that there's very little for you to do in a material way. Now, it's Virgo season, so I understand that we're wanting to, get things buttoned up and, but because this is a 10th house transit for you, I don't necessarily know that this does have to be about the details. I look at this 10 of Coins and I don't see details here. I see a big picture. I see a dream. The Eight of Coins says the opportunities for the manifestation of the dream will come when they're meant to come. And that's all you need to know. You don't really need to make anything happen. You just take things day by day, hanging on to this passion of this dream. And to understand that the more and more you try to figure out how this is going to work, this is one thing that as a human being, we all want to know how. How is something going to happen? How are we going to do it? But when you really start delving into your spirituality and you start developing a real meaningful relationship with God or the divine or the universe or whatever you want to call it, right? The more you start developing that relationship, the how tends to dissolve. Not the how, but the desire to know how dissolves. And I almost feel like that's what this is. It's the disillusion of the how for you in your life. That you're not worried about how something is going to happen because you're backed by the Empress here. You're backed by the gravity of the sun and your own Jupiterian rulership. You're backed by the gravity of attraction. By nature, it's your birthright. You've earned it. Karmically, you've earned it. But remember, attraction is neutral. You can attract anything. So you're going to have to be careful not to attract those sort of sneaky people, right? Or even your own self-sabotage, okay? Because you're going to have to work on not attracting the things you're afraid of. It's okay to have a fear, but it's not okay to sit there and be so afraid that you are paralyzed. You become paralyzed. Because decision after decision is going to come into your life. That's how the universe works. The universe needs us to choose our way through life. Everything is a choice. Every moment, every day, every breath, every thought, it's a choice. Do we engage or not? Do we feed it or not? Do we move on or not? And there are going to be temptations to not do that, to not choose the easy path. I think right now, things can be very easy. It's whether or not you allow them to be easy. Two totally different things. Now, even this 10 of Wands is a suggestion to me that you feel like so much responsibility is on your shoulders. It's like that's the only way. The only way you know how to get to this 10 of coins, to this dream, the only way you know how to get there is by working really, really, really hard. I'm not saying there aren't things that are going to need to be done, because that's the third dimensional world that we're in. Yes, there does need to be some stuff, but not as much as you think, not as much as you're taught to think. This is too much. You don't need this in order to get there. That's the fallacy. And that's the fallacy that you're actually going to be confronting. Because I love this serendipity card, which says that there is a fate here. There's a fate, there's a destiny. That the reason you want this is because this wants you. This desire wouldn't be in your heart. This dream wouldn't be in your heart if there wasn't a point to it. That there is something more divine at play. There is something more meaningful at play. You don't have to doubt your desire. Even if this is a materialistic desire, even if this is you saying, I want $10 million in the bank, that's great. You can definitely do that. And there might be a divine reason for that, because maybe once you hit 10 million in the bank, maybe there's something that you can do to actually really help people in a positive way. And maybe the universe needs you to want that in order to get you to your destiny point. So you don't have to doubt your desire. You don't have to doubt your inclinations. And you don't have to immediately project into the open space in front of you that is your future. You don't have to project that it is going to take massive amounts of work. That's not the only way. Serendipity is working in your favor. The moon is a very soft energy as well. I mean, you have a lot of soft, and we have this promise of success. Your passion right here is enough to push you forward. The new beginning energy is enough to get everything going. And if you have faith in that, then you're going to set yourself up for a great deal of success. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and get these clarifiers out for you guys. I'll see you in just a sec. Okay, Sagittarius, let's go ahead and start these clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards that we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 additional minutes about these cards. Okay, so clarifying the King of Swords. Boom. Two of Swords. I'm sorry, King of Wands. Did I say King of Swords? I meant King of Wands. We have the Two of Swords. We have, what else do we have? Four of Coins. And Three of Swords reversed. There seems to be something here with these two cards, even that one as well, just signifying the need for letting something go. Nine of Swords reversed in the environment. Two of Wands. And the Five of Coins. Okay. So your perception of what you see out there, quote unquote, is very important. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the Five of Cups. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Another Empress. I love that she's come out 3 times organically, and she's officially the most important card in the reading, okay? Four of Cups. Ace of Wands reversed. Now for this beautiful 10 of Coins, what does Sagittarius need to know about the 10 of Coins? Oh, beautiful. I actually feel like these two as well. 5 of Wands and the 6. I actually really like the 6 of Cups reversed because it's an indication that it's not a fantasy, okay? Oh, beautiful. Oh, got two. Oh, there's your card there, and the 8 of Wands reversed. We have 6 of Coins. Oh, another 2 of Cups reversed. The Moon, beautiful. We have a Moon card here. We have a Moon card here. Again, there's the inner knowingness. Page of Swords. Another 3 of Swords. Wheel of Fortune reversed. Swords. A lot of Kings, wow. Strong masculine energy, but it's mirrored by the Empress and the Moon. I mean, it's not just masculine, it's both masculine and feminine. Beautiful. We have the 2 of Wands coming out twice. I like these 3 cards. Okay, Empress, High Priestess reversed, Knight of Swords reversed, and the Fool reversed. Ah, 7 of Swords, 5 of Swords. Knight of Cups reversed. And man, reversed. A lot of reversals. Got the angel and the devil on your shoulders there. Oh, a lot of major arcana coming out for that 10 of Wands. Interesting. And then 5 of Cups at the bottom of the deck, which of course mirrors that first card there. Okay, so this is where we'll pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you are more than welcome. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing September, and I'll talk to you guys very soon. Take care. Hello, Capricorn. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. I'm so happy to be with you today and connecting with your energy. So we're going to start with this card right here, which is the Queen of Swords, which signifies this card signifies what the universe needs from you. Queen of Swords energy is very 10th house for you. This is a card of Libra. You have Libra in the 10th. All right, we've got Mercury in there, and we have a Mercury retrograde building. Okay, doesn't start until the 27th of September, so it's going to be through shadow for for a few weeks prior to that. We also have Mars coming into Libra as well. Mars in the 10th, even though it doesn't really like to be in Libra, it does very, very well in the 10th house because there's action towards certain ambitions. Now, why am I saying all of this? I'm saying all of this because this Libra or Queen of Swords energy needs you to be really on point with yourself. It needs you to be incredibly and excruciatingly honest about things. I read a quote earlier today, actually, that had to do with thought. Thought being a fragment of a moment, thought being a fragment of the total. But the Queen of Swords soars above fragmentation. She looks at everything from a holistic perspective. It incorporates more than just the logic. People who are logical or only logical are extremely fragmented, because the reality is life is a paradox. Life isn't always logical. And I think there's going to be, I know I'm talking to Capricorn here, but you're going to need to get a little impractical for a moment during Virgo season. All right? Because you're being asked to really soar, but you're in preparation mode for that soaring. And I just had to point out, in the environment card, we have the star, which is an Aquarius card. We have this full moon in Aquarius card here, and we have the Aquarius card showing up here. Not surprisingly, since we have your ruling planet, Saturn, in Aquarius right now with the Jupiter, also both in retrograde. But it's the Aquarian themes that are settling for you. It has a lot to do with freedom. Freedom. Okay, I possess the power and the free will to create my own happiness. A card that says happy, happy. That's what's at stake here. Your happiness, your satisfaction, your fulfillment. And the Queen of Swords is here to say, Capricorn, you need to really look at this from a holistic perspective. You need to look at it from a scale greater than of the mind. And it's hard because the logic brings up all the things you need to be worried about. But we're not trying to do this from a logical place. In fact, Aquarius is a very chaotic energy. And it's important for you to exist in the realm of chaos a little bit right now, because this star energy, this environment, the universe has a space for you to be entirely free and liberated. Entirely free and liberated from yourself and from anything that binds you. And there's so much peace and there is so much joy and so much happiness in this star energy. But you have to allow yourself to embody that. You have to allow yourself to embody chaos, to embody mutability, right? We're in Virgo season. Virgo is an earth sign, right? A mutable earth sign. Meaning things have to evolve. That's what mutable signs are for. Mutable signs, Virgo, Sagittarius, Pisces, Gemini, they are geared toward closing out one thing and moving into the next. It's the transition time, and you are being asked to transition in a big way. Because I'm going to tell you something, okay? When Jupiter comes through Pisces next year, like full on through Pisces and connects with Neptune in your third house, you are not going to be able to help but go, 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 go. You're not going to be able to help it. Right now, you might be in kind of mental preparation time. We have a card over here that says rest and rejuvenate. We have cave, sanctuary, so there's these qualities here of, take a time out, take a breath, take a breather to collect yourself and to really understand how your thought patterning right now is either helping or hindering you. To rely too heavily on thoughts is not going to be of service for you. All the reasons why you should or shouldn't, those are also fragmentations of things. They are not a holistic perspective. This has to come from a knowingness, from an intuitive connection with the cosmos, with that which is much, much, much bigger and greater than you. The environment here, the universe is wanting you to expand yourself. It's wanting you to expand yourself to something that is bigger than just you. Show the world the real you. You may find yourself in a situation right now. And this Mercury, I'm going to tell you, right? This Mercury retrograde in the 10th is really going to help you with any sort of considerations, because this Mercury retrograde is going to be happening sort of across from Chiron over in Aries. Maybe not with a direct degree, but sign-wise. And this sort of pain or this healing that's needed, Mercury is going to offer you some sort of understanding. These things that have motivated you up to this point, they're becoming problematic, devil. They're becoming the things that are holding you back. They are too of the world. Now, I'm not here to disgrace or anything like things of the world. Things like money, things like success and ambition. I mean, those are real reasons to come, right? There are a lot of people who are here to experience those things. So I'm not trying to tell you that your value system is all messed up and you need to like completely change your whole path in life. Obviously, that's not what I'm saying. But if there is a situation in which you find yourself that is only because this is what the world told you were supposed to do, that is the thing from which you must liberate. It's going to be really in your face. The devil is not subtle, okay? It's very obvious. But the hard part about the devil is that when we're in those situations, it's hard to see. From the outside looking in, it's very complex and it feels very overwhelming and whatever. But it's that's why she's here, the holistic perspective, the 30,000 foot perspective. Because when you can elevate yourself to 30,000 feet, you can look down and you can see very, very clearly where this devil is, where this demon truly exists, where it truly lies. I'm going to tell you something else, okay? This Mars, as it comes into Libra on the 14th, and as it progresses slowly to the approximately like 10, 11 degrees of Libra, coming into that opposition with Chiron, that's not going to be a super friendly transit either, because it can really accentuate the Chiron pain or suffering. But it does that for healing, but it's also kind of feels like a little bit of a setback, two steps or one step forward, two steps back, kind of a momentary thing, which is fine as long as you know what's going on. Consider yourself prepared, okay? Here you are. Here's your preparation. You're prepared for the Mercury retrograde and the Mars and eventually the Sun as well. The Sun through Libra season is going to come through and accentuate that Chiron energy as well. Okay? So to be strong, to have strength and the courage to be honest. More than anything, this is courage to be honest with yourself and to be courageous enough to take the steps to adjust. That's what Libra season is going to be great for, adjustments. So when there needs to be an adjustment of some kind in your life, you have the courage to actually implement those things, 8 of Coins. Because you don't want to live with that per se, right? You don't want to live with this burden, with this demon on your shoulder here. You can still have the worldly things, but not be trapped in the world. Not be trapped in the matrix, if you will. And that's, again, a very Aquarian themes to really embrace the chaos that exists beyond the matrix. You have a lot to do, though. Okay, 8 of Coins, Virgo season is a great time to do things. It's a great time to chisel away at your little tasks and get the phone calls done and clean out the closets and, send the emails and have the conversations that need to be had. They don't necessarily need to be huge things. They're small things that add up to great changes. Things are going to be askew for a little while. They're not going to be balanced. And that's fine. That's what Libra season is for. It's okay to get unbalanced in Virgo season. Okay? Because you immediately move into an adjustment period. So allow yourself to get skewed. Allow yourself to be overweighted in one area. Allow yourself to be passionately guided with the Ace of Wands. It's interesting that the Ace of Wands is upright, but the Ace of Swords is upside down. This is very telling when it comes to how helpful your mind is going to be. Your mind is not going to be helpful right now. Again, your thoughts are a fragmented reality. And we don't want to be making decisions from a fragmented reality. We want to ascend or to elevate or transcend so that we can see more wholly. The thing I love about the Libra energy too is the balance of the dualities. And we have that shown here with the Two of Cups. So the balance of the physical and the spiritual, as we see here with the Strength card. It's the balance of the angel and the devil within you. It's the balance of the masculine and feminine. It's the balance of the light and the dark. It's the balance of all the dualities. Which is why you're able to be more wholly perceiving. This is going to come from a spiritual place, from a fiery place, not from a mental place. It's coming from the solar plexus. It's coming from empowerment. There's no victimization here at all. Unfortunately, I do think you're going to have to pull the trigger on some things, though. You're going to have to know, if I do X, right? If I do this thing, if I say these words, if I make this change, it will be chaotic. Aquarius, chaos, like the cosmos itself. But by embracing that chaos, you'll see the beautiful order in that chaos and order are not that far removed from one another, right? Two sides of the same coin. And when you embrace that and you don't cower away from that, happy. That's what this is all about, your happiness. Look, guys, I know you may need to mentally prepare for this. Rest and rejuvenate, cave, sanctuary. Take the time you need. You know what needs to be done. The more and more you deny it, the more and more trapped in your own little matrix that you are. And that's only hindering you. It's only hurting you. And it only will hurt you. So the question is how much do you want to hurt yourself? My guess is absolutely zero amount. So the Ace of Wands is here to say, follow your heart. Follow what you know is right. Follow your peace. Follow your freedom. It can be something small, such as, saying no to the neighborhood mom group of doing something, right? Or it could be something huge, like quitting your job, getting a divorce, or whatever your whole thing is. But when you say no to one thing, you are in turn saying yes to another. And the yes, I know in your heart, is like, oh, it's like this like angels' trumpets. Right? It's this beautiful, magical, powerful, passionate yes. Yes, this is what I want. Yes, I want out. Yes, I want this freedom. Yes, I even want this chaos, because I know that this chaos means that I'm not going to be here anymore. And the price paid is worth it. And what's weird, I don't think you're the only person that feels that. There's probably been something building. It's going to be a relief not only to you, but it might be a relief to someone else. And it's the high consciousness being the Queen of Swords. It's the high consciousness entity that usually needs to come forward first, because you're the one that's not going to be in denial. You're the one that's not going to be overpowered by your own fear, because you are a higher consciousness being. There's a lot to contend with. We have the Eight of Swords and the Ten of Swords. Ten of Swords is a signification that you are done being trapped. You are done being in the situation, just like donezo, completely donezo. You're over it. It's tired. It's exhausting. You don't want to think about it anymore. You don't want it to be in your life anymore. And any more, from this point, any more of allowing this, you're just being a martyr. You're purposefully and consciously victimizing yourself. And there is no honor in that. And the only reason why you would stay is because you're just too afraid. And when you live a life in fear, manifests in so many other places. Physical health, relationships, career progress, financial issues. Again, holistic perspective. It's not just about this issue. It's not just about this situation. It never was and it never will be. If you have this issue going on and you have another issue in your life somewhere else, let's say you're having issues in your marriage and you're having financial issues, what makes you think the two aren't inextricably linked? If you're having issues with a child and you're having issues at work, what makes you think they're not inextricably linked? This is what it means to rise above, to have a holistic perspective. This needs to be addressed for the sake of holistic healing. And when I say holistic, I mean holistic. I mean your finances. I mean your relationship with your parents, your relationship with your children, your relationship with where you live, your relationship with your job, all the relationships that go on and on and on and on. Like, how many relationships do we have? Like thousands, right? Holistic. Embrace the chaos, Capricorn. The chaos sets you free. The chaos brings you happiness. It brings you joy. It brings you passion. It brings you love. It brings you money. It brings you success. It brings you everything your heart desires. You just have to step off the ledge. Okay? Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. See you guys in just a sec. All right, Capricorn. So let's go ahead and pull out these clarifiers. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we will cover in the comprehensive reading. Okay, the link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 additional minutes about these cards. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at this Queen of Swords. Let's go ahead and clarify her. What do you really need to know? What does the universe need from you, Capricorn? What else does the universe really need from you? Oh, I love the Three of Coins. Beautiful. Two of Wands. A lot of preparation. Virgo season is amazing for preparation. Okay, it's amazing to clean things out, to create space, tie up loose ends, get everything buttoned up, get the paperwork done. Like I said, right, all the little things, because you're going to need it. You're going to need that organization here. Okay. The inevitable Two of Swords, the inevitable choice that the universe must, by like universal law, there has to be choice. You have to be confronted with a fork in the road, which we are like a million times a day, right? We could do this or we could do this. We could go here or here. We could X or we could Y, right? So that's a courtesy, right? Or it's just what the universe has to do in order to keep the free will alive. Okay. Oh, another Ace of Wands. Beautiful. Seven of Coins. Another Two of Wands. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Three of Wands. So I was like, oh, I just pulled it out. Two of Wands. Two of Wands and Three of Wands, which often come out together, which I love. All right, so let's take a look at this Devil here. 3 cards for the Devil. What do we need to know? What else does Capricorn need to know about their Devil card? 5 of Coins. Not surprised there. Ace of Coins. Excuse me, a Page of Coins, I mean. 7 of Coins reversed. So we have it here upright. We have it reversed here. Strength. Oh, beautiful. See? Just jump off that ledge, guys. Jump into that unknown. It's an entirely new... Ooh, another Two of Swords. It's an entirely new hero's journey you're on. And there's the chaos. There it is. Okay. And 8 of Coins. Similar to the 3 of Coins. Beautiful. Oh, so many choices. This is obviously a big choice. So far, the Ace of Wands is the leading ace. It's leading and guiding you. This, you cannot wrap logic around this. It doesn't work like that. Ugh. The water and the fire. Right? Earth and air, here they are, being kind of like telling you, like, don't worry, the understanding and the practicality and the kind of wisdom is coming later. But right now you can't trust that. You have to only trust the feeling. Oh my gosh, I know I'm talking to Capricorn about that. Hopefully y'all have some water and fire in your charts to kind of help balance that out. All right, 3 of Wands. Now we can take a look at the Ace of Wands. Another 8 of Coins. Beautiful. Ugh. There is no doubt in the reward. King of Cups. Oh, I saw the Devil under there too. Okay, so we got the Devil. And we have the 4 of Coins. Sorry, what was that card? Oh, 2 of Cups. It's an interesting set of cards to get for the 2 of Cups, so we'll talk more about that. All right, 8 of Swords. Wheel of Fortune. Got a couple pages. That one's upright though. Oh, see what I mean? Dunzo. Like, it's done, done, done. So overplayed. There's your freedom. There's your liberation. Oh, beautiful. I like that you're coming out as the swords, and yet weirdly you're not really allowed, quote unquote, or it's not advised to be in the sword place, which is the thought place, the mental realm. But the thing about the king and the queen is they've sort of conquered their domain. It's conquered, right? They've conquered their thoughts, meaning they understand what their thoughts are. They know how to use their thoughts. They know how it can be used as a tool, but it's not something to overrule your spiritual knowingness, right? Thoughts are not meant to overrule your spiritual higher self knowingness. 2 totally different things. Okay, now we have the Ace of Swords. Oh, beautiful. 2 of Cups, 5 of Cups. Another. Oh, and there it is. The very last card. Okay, I love it. I'm really glad that one actually did come out upright eventually. Okay, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, you're more than welcome. The link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. You know, I love you. I wish you nothing but the best this September. Have an amazing month. Take care. Hello, Aquarius. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the King of Wands, which is the energy that signifies what the universe needs from you this month. Now, I'm just going to point out King of Wands, the Sun, and the Strength card are all Leo cards. Okay, Leo, yes, rules your 7th house. It's your opposite. But there's a beautiful individualistic nature there. There's a beautiful self-expression and creativity that comes through. Now, when I saw these, I didn't necessarily see the Leo zodiac sign, but rather more the 5th house, which for you is ruled by Gemini. Okay, the 5th house, which is currently housing the North Node, and is only going to be there for 6 more degrees, okay, just till the end of the year. Next year, it's going to move into Taurus, into the 4th house. 5th house energy is going to really push you to be expressive. King of Wands, to be expressive, to be unapologetic about the movements that you make and the choices that you choose. The King of Wands knows that he is a person of value. He knows that his knowledge, his wisdom, his experience is valuable. He knows that, and he's feeling this urge to put himself out there. The environment is strength, meaning you're going to receive validation. Now, that's not always the case with the environment card. For example, if I were to get the High Priestess or the Hermit card, I would be hard-pressed to say that you'd be getting a lot of external validation. But when the Strength card comes out, tells me that you're going to be reinforced. So when you tell someone you want to do something or you have an idea for something, you're going to have cheerleaders. You're going to have people that are totally in your corner and that are excited to see what you put out there. It's going to give you breadcrumbs to continually build on your courage. Breadcrumb after breadcrumb after breadcrumb, your courage gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and your emotions get more bold. Your actions are more bold. And with every step and every moment of growth and enlargement, you become a more powerful voice. You become a more powerful influence in the world. Your contribution to the world becomes more big. I don't even know if that makes sense. It becomes bigger, more big. It becomes bigger. It's not even what you want. I don't even think that's what you're going after. Saturn in the 1st house has a hard time going for the bigness, right? Saturn, yes, it's in its ruling sign of Aquarius, but it's more service oriented. It's more duty oriented. It has obligations and it likes to fulfill those obligations. This is not a Saturnian energy. This is a sun energy. Sun. So the sun is not necessarily here to be of service in the world, but it is simply by being what it is, right? Again, I'm going to reference my absolute favorite poem by Hafiz, if I'm saying that name properly. And still after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, you owe me. Look what can happen with a love like that. By you just doing what you do, you bring life to others. And the environment is going to support that. Now, your future is a little hazy right now. Okay, because we're in Virgo season. We got a Virgo card that came out. Virgo rules your 8th house, the house of death and transformation. I am learning that endings are merely beginnings. Boom, there it is, your 8th house transit, both Sun and Mars. Now, Mars is only going to be in there until the 14th. Okay, then it will move into Libra, activating the 9th house. But for now, beginning of the month, this is an opportunity to finish out those internal changes that are quite potent for you right now. How could they not be with Saturn retrograde in your sign? So many questions about your future, So many questions about potential results of how things are going to work out or how they're not going to work out. So many things to think about. But see, we have this come to the edge card, which signifies a risk, which signifies stop playing it so safe. The universe wants you to walk out to a cliff, and it wants you to put your hands out, and it wants you to jump. It wants you, right? We even have the Fool card, literally walking off a cliff. It wants you to free fall. Nothing is yet set in stone, meaning your choices are important right now because they are determining, they are the building blocks of your future. If you're choosing to do nothing, choosing to sit at home and watching Netflix, or choosing to stay at the same job, or choosing to stay in a relationship that doesn't make you happy, well, your future is becoming solidified moment to moment. It's becoming more permanent. But Saturn in the first house wants to reestablish a new path. It's a whole new Saturnian cycle. And it wants to move on, positive movement forward. And there is going to be a lot of positive movement for you. But it's also important, right? With the King of Wands, see, he's usually quite successful financially, in terms of, corporate or climbing the corporate ladder. He can do very, very well in terms of, kind of going to the top. That's where he likes to be. But he's never really chasing the things of this world. That's what makes him so mystical. He's not chasing those things. Those are just results of the things that happen by him just doing what he does. When he follows his heart, he is following divinity. And everything you could possibly need is granted to you when you are in your state of divinity. And there's not a lot of overthinking this. This is not a time to be confused or bogged down or worried, because this positive movement forward card is a suggestion that now's an excellent time for positive movement to occur. When the sun goes through the 8th house, Virgo, through the house of death, you might need a little bit of a timeout, Four of Swords. But just momentarily, just for like the month, okay? And when we're starting this reading, the sun, I'm reading for September 3rd, so sun is at 11 degrees. So it's got, 19 degrees left in the sun sign of Virgo, and then it will enter into Libra. So it was just a few weeks, couple weeks, okay? Take the time you need to commune, right? Because we have the eagle, communion, and the eagle is so indicative of spirit. The Holy Spirit, the energy field. And there's something so pure and perfect about the inner workings of Aquarius right now. See, Saturn retrograde, or Saturn in general, transiting through your sign, whether it's your sun sign, your moon sign, or your first house, can be very difficult, okay? Because it forces moral alignment. It wants you to do things for the right reasons. And let's not forget that you guys are officially in preparation mode for Pluto. Right? You're coming into that preparation mode for Pluto. So all the things that you can let die now, it's a very good idea to let that happen. If you can figure this out now before Pluto comes into your sign in 23 and 24, you're going to be blessing yourself. Because Pluto has again, its own duality. It can be a source of your demise, or it can be a source of your reinvention. I'm guessing with these cards here, this is the beginning of a, 2 to 3 year reinvention that's happening. It's a massive turnover. And following your heart is the thing that is going to redirect you in the place that is ultimately your destiny. But you have to come to the edge in order to know You can't rely heavily on your thoughts right now. You have to rely on your knowingness. And this Four of Swords here, and I love this with the Communion card because it's such a meditative place. And I know you have options. That's why nothing is set in stone, because the universe is trying to wait and see what Aquarius decides to choose. So what are you going to choose? You don't have to know right now, but you have to be open. My guess is the reason why this might feel overwhelming is because none of them are exactly right. See, we want you leaping for joy with the option that you choose. You are heading to that place very, very quickly, especially when Jupiter, right? Because Jupiter's in retrograde right now and will continue to be so through September. But when he starts going direct, finishing out the year, you're going to have a couple of months where there's a lot of expansiveness that can occur in a very short period of time. The universe is just sort of stirring the pot right here. It's saying, Aquarius, pay attention. Like I'm going to be throwing things at you. They might not feel right, but all I need from you, Aquarius, is to just acknowledge them. And when that thing that feels right shows up, and it will, and your patience will have paid off, you are going to be going full force. Now, I don't care what this is. Again, it's not a materialistic goal, most likely. Saturn through the first house, if you start like let's say you wanted to do something only for the money, Saturn through the first and the second house, especially the second house, can be very problematic, okay? Because it doesn't want you to do things for the money. It's the wrong motive. Okay, it's doing something because you love it and letting the money show up. As a measure, right? Money is a measure. It's a measure of how attuned you are. The sun is a promise that the pathway will be well lit, meaning you can't miss it. You won't miss it. There's no fear, there's no threat of that. Because it's going to be so much brighter than all the rest. These don't generate light. If something doesn't generate light in you, it is 100% not for you. If it sparks you, if it makes you smile, if it brings out this Leo inner child, it's for you. Some of you may actually be even revisiting things from your childhood, right? We have this 10 of coins down here, which might be a suggestion of your domestic life, your previous life when you were growing up. Your childhood domestic life, I mean. Revisiting those moments, when you had those conversations with your parents where you're like, I'm going to be a teacher when I grow up, right? I'm going to be a firefighter. I'm going to be a ballerina. I'm going to be a this. I'm going to be a this. I'm going to be a this. All those things that you wanted to experience. See, what's happening is, I love the Six of Coins in this context. I really do, because it's like there's a reckoning, but it's a peaceful reckoning. It's not like a destructive tower moment or anything. It's just things coming into balance. And it's because of this Four of Swords. I'm kind of leaning into the importance of this Four of Swords here, because this peace of mind, this stable, undistractable mind, is where your power truly lies. Because if you're not powerful with the mind, this Seven of Cups is going to trip you up. And some of you might be cross-watching for Aquarians who are all over the place right now, and that's probably why, because they're not at a peace of mind place. They're not connecting. They're just grasping, because being with themselves is too painful, and the request from the higher self to the lower self is too high, and they're trying to avoid it. Because I'm going to tell you what, guys, this is not a low-end request. The universe is not bringing in the small peanuts here, okay? It's going to start asking a lot of you. But it's what you want. And will it rock the boat? Yeah. Yes, it will. And you can expect that. Continued with Saturn and then on into the Pluto through Aquarius transit. You can expect it. We all get to expect that in our own special way, right? That's going to be a big one for all of us. So it's not just you guys, but it's especially you because you're the host of Pluto for the next 15, 20 years, okay? So this is the time where we can't think in short-term time frames. I know that these are monthly readings or whatever, but we have to look ahead. You can rock the boat right now. This is the best time to do it. This year and next year, please do it. Rock the boat, change your life, make the revision, because we want Pluto through Aquarius to be an empowering quality rather than a destructive one. Ace of Coins reversed, even 10 of Coins reversed. See, the real gold, all this gold here, the real gold is found in the sun because there is no material object that can shine so bright. But these are here to let you know that Aquarius, when you follow this light, these will inevitably trail behind. The pile of gold will inevitably trail behind. It's slower than you, though. You have positive movement forward, but you have to capture that and run with it in order for these to show up. If you sit around and wait, then there's no space for this to fill. You have to intentionally create a void, moving fast enough, making dramatic enough changes in order for this to have a place to go. And I want to see you with this Fool card. I want to see you almost stupidly taking your risks. Now, I don't want any of you to starve to death or anything, so I'm not telling you to quit your job and your only source of income or whatever, but I know that there's a voice in there. I know that there's some things you want to say. There are some things you want to create. There are some things you want to write down. You want to compose. You want to build. I know they're in there. The universe definitely knows they're in there. And you have to prioritize Two of Coins. You have to choose which coin is worth it, right? You can fail just as hard at something you don't like, right? Isn't that like a famous quote or something, right? You can fail just as hard at something you don't like as you can doing something that you love. So you might as well just go do something that you love. This is about happiness with the sun. This is about feeling connected and feeling purposeful. Feeling like your life has meaning. Feeling your uniqueness and appreciating your uniqueness and your one-of-a-kindness. And I think that's a beautiful thing. Okay, let's pull out the clarifiers for the comprehensive reading. Okay, see you in just a sec. All right, Aquarius, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. For those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, so you're more than welcome. Link is in the description box in the comment thread down below. So we're going to start by clarifying the Queen of Wands, which again is what the universe really needs from you. So what else does the universe need from Aquarius right now? Oh my gosh, I love these 10 of Coins, you guys. I promise you, all the resources that you need are 100% available to you. There is not a doubt in my mind, okay? All right, let's take a look at the strength, the environment. What else is the environment? Oh, 9 of coins. Gotta love that Venus through the 9th, right? 6 of Wands. Oh, beautiful. I love it. Okay, now we're going to take a look at this 4 of Swords. What else do you need to know about this 4 of Swords? Which, again, is very tied to this communion card. It's really important for you guys to meditate and to connect with yourself, to let go of unnecessary thoughts that just really, really don't matter right now. See, death, exactly. Got 2 death cards. Boom. There you go. The World. And the Chariot. 3 big major arcana for that little 4 of Swords. What did I tell you? Oh, okay. Another Ace of Cups reversed right there. Huh, interesting. For the 7 of Cups. I like the Knight of Coins there. Slow and steady wins the race. Beautiful. Huh. What was that card again? Oh, the Sun. For the 6 of Coins. Beautiful. You know what, guys? I'm looking at these cards and there's not a good enough excuse. Another 3 major arcana to clarify that little 6 of Coins. See what I mean? It's a big reading. 6 of Cups. That's been showing up a lot this month. The 2 of Swords. Oh, another 9 of Coins. So you got 2 9 of Coins, 2 10 of Coins, the Empress card, the 3 of Cups. I mean, there really is absolutely no lack. 9 of Cups now. Beautiful. Okay, and last one, we have the 10 of Coins reversed, Wheel of Fortune, Queen of Wands, Temperance reversed, and the Emperor at the bottom of the deck. Okay, Emperor and King of Wands are very similar in nature, same with the Hierophant. So we got some real power coming through for you guys. All right. This is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. If you want to join, again, the link will be in the description box and comment thread down below. If not, I hope you have an amazing September. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Pisces. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. Thank you guys so much for being here. So we begin with the King of Wands, which is what the universe needs from you right now. So this energy is potent. It needs your potency. It needs your empowerment. It needs your confidence and your feeling of deserving. It needs your self-expression. It needs your creativity. And it needs your I don't care what other people think attitude. And I mean that in a real way. It's one thing to say, I don't care what other people think. It's a totally different thing to actually not care what people think. And he is... the King of Wands is unapologetic in what it wants. It's unapologetic in the way he goes about his life. He doesn't plan. He doesn't strategize. He doesn't try to avoid risks. He doesn't try to avoid loss. He just follows his heart. And I think the message with the King of Wands this month is you need to get clear on what your heart is even saying. Because Saturn is coming through your 12th house, guys, right? This year and next year. And Saturn in the 12th goes through a dissolution. He dissolves. And all the structure and all the beliefs and all the things that you thought were realities get disproven. And a lot of the material things, a lot of the having of things goes away. And that can be really strange sometimes because you might not necessarily know what's real. And because we have this Mercury retrograde happening in your 8th house in Libra, all right, 8th house, 12th house, you've got the North Node in your 4th house. These are potent houses that have a lot to do with the spiritual aspects of your life. The Vedics call these the moksha houses, okay? 4th house is healing, 8th house is transformation, 12th house is surrender. And that doesn't happen on the material plane, okay? Mercury retrograde in the 8th is going to offer up a new way of thinking about who you are. 8th house is like the death of the ego. So there might have been a humbling experience recently. Okay, but over here in the environment, we have the Empress, which means don't worry, the universe is abundant. And it's an infinite source. It's an infinite resource that you can always draw upon, whether that is for knowledge, whether that is for money, whether that's for love, whether it's for whatever it is that you're seeking. But you have to get clear on what you're really seeking and why you're really seeking that. Because if there are things that you have been taught to want, there have been things that you have been taught to define in a certain way, chances are Saturn in the 12th is just going to pull that rug out from under you and say, that's not the way it really is. Let's get closer to reality here. And sometimes that can feel a little bit jolting. But we have this 10 of Swords here as the very first card that comes out that says, look, like this way of doing it, this way of seeing it, this way of thinking about it is done. You can't keep going in this direction. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep repeating this pattern. It's done and over with. And anything more than this, you're just purposefully leaning into being some kind of a victim of some kind. And it becomes almost like a martyr quality, which is not a King of Wands way at all. He's not going to purposefully play a martyr. He's a King of Wands. He's the ruler of a kingdom here, right? This is Leo energy. It's actual royalty. It's the sun. You think the sun plays it safe? You know? And we have this card here, discontent and boredom, and I think those stirrings are really starting to get, again, the word potent keeps coming into my mind. There's a potency with almost everything that's going on, this discontentment, this boredom with this pattern, with this way of thinking. Because look, it takes a long time to acquire 10 swords. That is not a short-term thing. This is something that's been going on for a really long time. It's a situation or something you've been putting off or whatever. It's something that has been, it's been perfected. You've been down this road so many times. You've had this conversation so many times. You've had this kind of relationship so many times. You've been in this financial situation so many times, right? And it's just this, like, this is the final straw for Pisces. 12th house Saturn, and not to mention the retrograde Jupiter here, giving you one last push, one last opportunity to really see, because that's what Jupiter really represents, right? To see, right? As it's one of the it's the ruler of Sagittarius. I know it's one of your rulers, right? You're ruled by Jupiter and Neptune, but it's the powerful Sagittarius ruler. And the motto of Sagittarius, which of course is your 10th house ruler, the motto of Sagittarius is I see. So this is for you to see what this really is. This discontentment and boredom, or whatever it is that you're feeling, is a necessary symptom in order to direct you toward the real root cause of why this 10 of Swords exists in the first place. Okay, we also have this DNA karma card, which says, again, that this is not something that you necessarily, nurtured within yourself. This was something that was nurtured into you through parents, education systems, culture, neighborhoods, religion, and any other kind of institutional influences that you have. It's generational, which is one of the kind of the big narratives going on in the spiritual world, is like, we're here to change karmic cycles, family karmic cycles, humanity's karmic cycles. And this is your chance here to really break free from, especially your own lineage karmic cycles. Now, you're very close to achieving your goal, which means it's not that far off. Breaking this pattern, we even have the devil reversed here, which means, this coincides beautifully with you're very close to achieving your goal, because you are untethering with Saturn in the 12th. You're untethering. So any kind of repeated experiences that you've had to kind of go through over the past few years, I'm not saying that this is something that is only like, just this month. It's been going on, right? It's taken a long time for these swords to accrue. But you're very close to breaking that bondage. I'm kind of seeing this Empress here as a light at the end of the tunnel, that this is something that you are aiming for, and that there's some kind of an idealistic quality here. Like, for example, in a romantic context, I'm going to say that because you have the Sun and Mars in your 7th house, which is the house of marriage and, bonded relationships. Let's say that you have struggled in love, okay? And this Empress represents the idealistic person that you have in your mind that makes you so happy, that brings you so much joy, that loves you in the same way that you love them, and that, is someone that you could actually really be with. This is that ideal up on a pedestal type of person, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean this as a standard. And this standard has really created the loss that you've incurred recently, because you're not going to just settle, right? You're not just going to just settle. But she's also causing you to level up. So there's this interesting thing going on. You're leveling up with yourself. What did I say? The King of Wands is what the universe needs from you, to be as a King of Wands, to be powerful and potent in that way. Leveling up to that level and maintaining that standard so that you don't settle. You don't settle with yourself, and you don't settle with other people. We have this card over here that says patience. Look, I'm going to give you guys a year and a half, okay? Or maybe a year and 4 months. September, October, November, December, and then the whole of 2022, okay? Because that's still Saturn in your 12th house. And between now and 2023, you have to get very real. You have to really deal with the stuff. You have to get to the core of where this all began in order to free yourself from it. Because when Saturn enters into Pisces in 23, that's going to be around the same time that Pluto is entering into Aquarius as well, coming into your 12th house. Pluto through the 12th house can be destructive, but it doesn't have to be. It can be an incredibly empowering energy. It's a rising from the ashes. It's a rebirth. Okay? So that's what it could be for you. And Saturn in the first house is about reestablishing a whole new modus operandi, okay? Think 30 years ago, where were you at? You've been through it's not quite 30 years, it's like 28, 29 years. But now that begins, the clock starts in 2023 for you. But right now, you can be patient because life is going to give you experiences. The universe is going to give you opportunities to truly break free from these shackles because that's what they've been. And you don't deserve it because, look, to be fair, is it fair for you to go around again another 28, 29 years in the same place? Probably not. Okay? This is all to be fair. So whatever is happening in your life right now is for the sake of fairness. It is for the sake of balance. It is for the sake of reestablishing an equilibrium in your life. So this is all about how you perceive it. The universe is not going to handle a little pity party very well right now. All right, because the universe is doing its work, it's doing its job, and it needs you to also match that on your individual scale as well. Match the macrocosm with your microcosm. Understand what's happening and respect what's happening. Saturn through the 12th. Mercury retrograde is absolutely going to help you get out of your own way. And this isn't every area of your life, but it certainly will help you in every area of your life. A pattern, a repeated thing on and on and on. How many times? It's done. And I see Pisces drawing a line in the sand here. And I don't really see you beginning anything new. And I don't know that I would necessarily recommend that anyway. I mean, if something great comes and it's a great opportunity and it sort of falls in your lap, then yeah, by all means. But I don't necessarily see that I see you trying to make all sorts of things happen. This is about floating through this moment in time and just not trying to fix anything, not trying to fix yourself, not trying to, make a situation better or to ease the pain, not trying anything, but just feeling it, sinking into it, surrendering to it, and essentially by doing that, you completely take the power away. These energies right now, to me, I'm looking at these cards next to the Ten of Swords, and I feel an exhaustion. It's exhausting to keep this going. It's exhausting to keep trying. You can't fix it. This is a Virgo card. It's reversed. You can't fix it. You can't analyze it. You can't figure it out. You can't understand it. You have to just let it be. The reason this is happening is because you have an idea of what you ultimately are wanting. And these experiences have helped shape that. They've helped mold this vision, this dream for you by contrast. We underestimate the power and beauty of contrast. We need to beautify the darkness here, the shadow stuff, because that is what gives the light so much, and I'm going to use that word again, potency. This is going to be possible only because of this. That's how it works. That's how it is working. But you're coming out of this now, and this is coming out twice to show you like it's around. It's around, it's available, it happens. And you may be seeing, other people like on social media, like, oh, that person's getting married, or oh, that person's starting their business, or look at how much money that person's making. Look at how much success they're having. Look at how happy they are. Look, they're pregnant again. Oh my gosh, like you're going to start seeing all these wonderful things. And it's not for you to feel badly about where you are. It's to remind you that this stuff is close to you. Patience. And some of you are like, oh my gosh, I've been so patient. No, you haven't. Right? If that's your response, that means you haven't been patient. All right? It means you have been, like clinging. You can't cling on to an empress and expect the empress to appear in your life. You have to be in your happy-go-lucky state. You have to be the embodiment, right? See, because look, we have the wands. This is definitely your energy here. A knight and an empress don't necessarily go together. So whatever this, again, the empress is a symbol. It symbolizes something. The relationship you want, the family you want, the business you want, the money you want, the house you want, whatever the whole thing is, okay? It's a symbol of that. But that doesn't match the night energy, because the night energy is very scattered. It's a Sagittarius card. It's wildfire. It's here and there and up and down and left and right, and it's all over the place. But the Empress requires stability, which is why this seems to be an upgrade here. This is why this is what the universe needs from you. It needs this empowerment, because this is a much better match for an Empress. It's like you don't just go from, working as a sales clerk at Walgreens to being a CEO of a major corporation. That's not how it works. Okay, so there seems to be an ascension, a preparation, and this can happen through meditation, through acknowledgement, through surrender. The universe takes care of this upgrade. The universe takes care of this ascension. But the thing that you have to do in order to be ready for that is to stop clinging. And that's why patience is coming out, right? I accept that everything happens in divine order. When you start trying to control the external, you've lost sight of what's happening. Saturn in the 12th. The harder you try, it's like grabbing onto a fistful of water. Okay? And I say that a lot. And I've been saying that a lot because that's kind of the essence of what's happening. It's like trying to grab onto a fistful of water. Simply can't be done. But what you can do is focus on your own peace. Focus on contentment with the here and now. Focus on the good. Oops, sorry. We have the Seven of Swords here. Interesting that these are all in a row. There's an impatience that comes with this. And this is the temptation. Because you are going to get to a point where you feel like, well, I have to do something. I have to do something. Well, it's Virgo season. I have to do something. I have to meet the universe halfway. I have to make these phone calls. I have to do this. I have to. That is interrupting this whole process. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to get on the dating apps and make yourself available. You don't have to hurry up and do this or do that. You don't have to do that. It's trying too hard. And this is only a temptation. You don't have to succumb to this. The universe is so abundant. It's like insanely abundant, infinitely so. And there are gifts that it wants to give you. It wants to give you miracles. And I love this air element coming out here because the air element rules the heart chakra. There's something so heart-oriented coming through with that card. And there's something mystical and magical, right? Because we can't see the air. Yet we know that it exists. And it is our life force. It's what keeps us alive. You are being kept alive. The life force is 100% in every molecule of your body. You are the life force. And that's the one thing that you are going to need to keep in mind consistently, to consistently remind yourself, I am the life force. I am the life force. That is what's going to give you this potency, this empowerment. That's what's going to get you on top of a situation. And the universe is going to breadcrumb you gift after gift after gift after gift, and they will be small. Small miracles of nature. But remember, you are the magician. You are the sorcerer here. You are the creator. See, the problem with the magician energy is that we have it all the time, no matter what state of consciousness we're in. Very low consciousness individuals have magician energy and they are creating their circumstances. High consciousness people have magician energy and are creating their circumstances. So it doesn't matter where on the spectrum you are. You are creating all the time. And it's the consciousness of your co-creation that also adds to this potency, which is why patience is so critical. He's on a horse, going. He is sitting down, relaxed, sunken back into his throne, waiting for things to come to him. He's not out there trying to go get stuff. He's waiting for things to come to him. And he knows only the right things will come because that is the frequency that he holds. Do you see? It's strong. This is a strong reading, but what can we expect with a Sun-Mars opposition? What can we expect with a Venus in the 8th and a Mercury retrograde in the 8th and eventually a Scorpio Venus? A Scorpio Venus on the 10th of September is going to absolutely bring authentic value to what's happening. Okay? So there's going to be more to this story. Let's go ahead and pull the comprehensive. So give me just a second to grab the decks and then we'll take a look at the clarifiers. All right, Pisces, let's take a look at these clarifiers. So we're going to start with the King of Wands. Now, for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We normally talk for about 20 to 25 minutes additional about these cards. So, alrighty, let's take a look at the King of Wands. What do we need to know about the King of Wands? What does the universe need from you? Six of Wands. Three of Coins. And Eight of Swords reversed. Guys, the universe is not going to handle defeat. It's not going to enjoy it. It's not going to vibe with you if you're feeling defeated, okay? It needs you to be in the Six of Wands, place of victory, success, deserving. All right? It needs you to feel empowered. And you can create that. Do your breathing exercises, do your meditations, whatever else you need to do to get yourself to a place of feeling your best. The environment, Five of Swords. Four of Cups. Okay, I don't normally pull out 4 cards for these, but since this one so clearly fell out, we'll take it. Okay, 10 of Wands. All right. Starting with the 10 of Swords now. Beautiful. The Star. I couldn't have asked for any better card to come out over that 10 of Swords. A star or a sun would have been fantastic. Knight of Swords reversed. Even more beautiful. And an Emperor. And there you are. So it's not only from a knight to a king, it's from a knight to a king to an emperor. I mean, this is like a very quick ascension, a very quick upgrade in consciousness here that's happening. Five of Cups. Beautiful. Ace of Swords. I love that with the air element coming out. And the fairness, to be fair. Oh, Justice even. Another King of Wands and a Nine of Cups. Devil reversed. What do we need to know about the Devil reversed? Eight of Cups. Sometimes these cards are just a little too on the nose. King of Cups, beautiful 8th house energy. And as we make our way into Libra season, Mars comes into Libra on the 14th. Sun enters Libra on the 22nd. Okay, universal time. We have 10 of Wands reversed. There we go. I'm sorry, 9 of Wands. Just kidding, not 10, 9 of Wands. Magician reversed. You cannot manipulate that Empress to come in. See, the thing about empowered situations or people, high quality situations and people, they cannot be manipulated, okay? Not saying that you're trying to manipulate in kind of a negative way, but when you're trying to make something happen, right, it's a form of manipulation to some extent. And that's why, again, patience coming out is a really important message. World reversed. Another 8 of Swords, which we have a reversal over here. The Knight of Wands is a trapped energy. And that Knight of Wands is what is being upgraded here. Being, right, death and rebirthed. Deathed. Can I use that? It's like a word. I know it's not a word. It's being deathed and rebirthed. Okay, so we have... Oh, man, that 2 of Swords has been coming out like crazy. So many synchronicities with me with that 2 of Swords. Oh my gosh, crazy. So many choices. 7 of Swords is a choice. 4 of Wands, reversed. This beautiful 6 of Cups, Sun reversed. Don't mind the reversal on the Sun. Beautiful Hanged Man. And we have the 10 of Wands reversed. So now we officially have that one. So, and then finally the Magician. 3 of Cups. Another 10 of Swords. And the Moon. And bottom of the deck is the 3 of Wands, a card of prosperity and wealth. Okay, So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to join, again, link will be in the description box and comment thread down below. Thank you guys so much. I love you. I wish you nothing but the best for September. Just make sure that you know what's going on. This is an upgrade season. It's an upgrade. Okay? All right. Talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Aries. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. Thanks for being here. So let's get started with the Page of Cups over here, which is the card that really signifies what the universe needs from you right now. Now, Page of Cups, I love page energy because it is so fluid, it is so flexible, and it's open-minded. There's not a lot of projection with a page. There's not a lot of expectation either. It's just sort of accepting what is. It accepts where things are going. It accepts the moment. Now, I know you guys have goals. I know you have certain ambitions. You have financial goals. You have relationship goals, family goals, whatever. I know you have all of those things. But Virgo season is not really about the getting of those things so much as it is about the transition, putting yourself in a different situation so that those things, those goals that you have an easier time of accessing you, if I could talk. And the Page of Cups sort of, with this big wave here, it always suggests to me that something big is coming. Something big is coming, and here you are just standing firm, doing your thing, and then all of a sudden you get washed over with certain changes. The people come in, the doors start opening, and things start to evolve very, very quickly from that point. Because at one where you thought you were very firm, where you thought you were very stable, you're going to be shown that, well, maybe in fact you're not as stable as you think. But that's a good thing, not a bad thing, right? Because it suggests that you are able and ready to evolve. And when we have in the environment the Strength card, that signifies, that there's going to be certain things in the environment for which you will need to remain courageous. You're going to have to be able to say the things that you need to say. And when I say things, I don't just mean say anything. I mean say the right things. The right things to the right people so that you can move on. Virgo season is about cleaning things up. Am I right? There's a quality of organizing things and structuring things and getting things all set up, cleaning out the closets, getting all the clutter out of the way. And sometimes it is a very courageous act here to acknowledge that clutter does exist. And that could be physical clutter. It could also be emotional, spiritual, psychological clutter as well. So where is the clutter in your life? Where is the clutter and what needs to be done to clean it up? First, you probably and most likely are going to need to confront it, which means that the environment is probably going to help point it out to you. And instead of getting angry, instead of getting frustrated that all of a sudden all your stuff is creeping up, embrace that moment, embrace that process. That's what this wave is really all about. It's very cleansing. It's almost like a baptism. But if you don't perceive it as a baptism, it can feel like something is trying to drown you. Perception is very important here. And it's going to take a lot of self-awareness to understand what's really happening. Because this card, Material Harvest, is a suggestion that the universe really, really, really wants to give you the things that you are hoping to have in your life. It wants to give you the marriage. It wants to give you the children. It wants to give you the money. It wants to give you the lifestyle. But there have been things clogging up the energetic pathway. It's like, you know, I don't have kids myself, but I've been to houses with people who have got multiple children. And I know that, you know, kids play with toys and they leave them around. And it's like trying to walk through the hallway and trying not to step on, you know, little figurines or little gadgets here and there or whatever. It's more complicated. It creates more stress in the environment to have that clutter. And it's very difficult for the energy to walk through. But it's trying. It's trying to walk through. Now, this fog, veiled energy, look, you have to understand, okay? The sun, we just had a Mercury opposing Neptune. I'm so sorry, not Mercury, a Mars. Mars opposing Neptune. We're building up to a Mercury retrograde, okay? It happens 27th of September in Libra season. In Libra, the sun is making its way into an opposition with Neptune. Neptune does create this fogginess. Neptune is one of my least favorite, you know, planets because he always creates this kind of this opportunity for you to think that you know what's going on, but then later is going to completely and totally disprove you in all ways. Okay? You don't have to try to figure this out. You don't have to try to judge this. That's not what Virgo is really for. Okay? I know that Virgo season, the archetype of Virgo has that reputation for being critical and judgmental, but that's only a projection because someone is trying to avoid what's going on inside of them. But if you're not avoiding what's going on inside of you, then you can live very comfortably in this fog because you know that you're at least shining light on the things that need to be illuminated right now. Understand that there's a transition going on, and that's really all that matters. Okay, so the Leo energy here coming out is kind of a fellow fire sign, but this is an incredibly, and it's interesting because Aries, the sun is exalted in Aries. It's very, very strong in Aries. And then we have sun as the ruler of Leo. So the sun energy here is really where we need to be focusing. The sun as a source of your light, as a source of your identity, as a source of all that you give. And I feel that there is this quality that you are being called up to begin giving in a more profound and a more meaningful way. We have this card here of health, which is incredibly on point because obviously it's Virgo season and you guys actually have Virgo in the natural 6th house, which is the house of health. I will honor the physical vessel I will honor the physical vessel that enshrines my soul. Okay, this is one of the reasons why the reading is late, by the way, because I have been tongue twisted all week. Like literally, it's been a real struggle. I will honor the physical vessel that enshrines my soul. And perhaps there is a need for you to really focus on your physical health. And I don't just mean, okay, start eating your vegetables. Right? It's more than just that, because when you cleanse your body physically, you in turn will cleanse your body spiritually. Eating as clean as you can, as you possibly can. Purging media and content that you consume. Detaching from certain frequencies. From all sorts of uninvited vibrations that may be around you, right? People, electronic types of things, more connection with nature here. This is a holistic health opportunity. Holistic health is important for clearing. It's important for this baptism. It's a part of the cleansing. It's a part of the purge. Okay, Virgo season for me is very much like going into the basement or going out into the garage, pulling everything out and only putting the things back in that truly belong, that you really need, and then tossing or donating or getting rid of everything else. That's very Virgo. Okay, what's useful? My guess is there are a lot of very unuseful things going on which is why this baptism is really necessary. Now we have this death card that comes out reversed, which is the suggestion that something is coming to a very real ending. If you have found yourself in any way, shape, or form caught in a pattern, Saturn coming through Aquarius and Pisces over the next, 3 years really, for the rest of 21, 22, and 23, and 24. Rest of 21 and 22 in Aquarius, 23 and 24 in Pisces. These next few years are going to be about the absolute letting go. And I'm not talking in small, short time frames here, because death doesn't operate, metamorphosis, transformation doesn't operate on a short time frame. It takes real time for you to truly evolve. But you guys are coming to the end of this patterned cycle. I think you can feel it. I think because you've come to that point of recognition of what that pattern is, and you're starting to really envision your life here without that pattern, that thing that just it's like you're not even trying, and you're actually trying to be mindful, and you're trying to be conscious, and yet here it comes again. Here it comes again. Here it comes again. And you're probably at this point of being like, what on earth, universe? Like, what the heck is going on? Why is this pattern still recurring? And I think that's especially important for the strength card in the environment, because you may even come across that yet again. There's something that you're not necessarily getting. It's almost as though you're trying to progress forward while still hanging on to all the baggage. You have to purge. You have to completely eliminate. And I know this is like a very, very difficult thing, but as you truly heal, you begin to truly forget. They always say forgive and forget. And we always have a really hard time with the forgetfulness part. Forgiveness, I think, is a little bit easier. Forgetfulness, more difficult. But forgetfulness is kind of a natural event that happens when we have truly forgiven. If you have forgiven out loud, but you're not forgetting, chances are you haven't truly forgiven. And there's still a pain inside. And I think the universe is helping to guide you through this process of true purge. It's a true cleansing. And the page has the humility to allow it to happen. Because I'm going to tell you, things want to happen very quickly. And as Saturn moves through the remainder of Aquarius and Pisces, and then eventually makes its way into Aries. Now through 25 and 26 is going to be really weird, because it's going to come into Aries very close to Neptune, and then it's going to retrograde back into Pisces, and then it's going to come back into Aries, all with Neptune that whole year. And that really is when things are going to be done. But you're going to be getting a lot of foreshadowing. And I think that's what this Eight of Wands is really all about, of like, it's not as though one door has to close and then another door can open. It's more like there can be two doors open and you're in the process of walking from one to the next, but they're both still open at that time. And that's kind of where you are. This one hasn't officially shut yet. Okay, so the consciousness that you are in transition, walking out of one door and making your way in toward another, is important. And that self-awareness with this Leo energy can help with just understanding why certain things must happen. I feel that if you can be the observer this month, and only the observer, only the experiencer, that will help you transition more quickly. But if you're still trapped in a situation where you try to still convince someone that they're wrong, or you're trying to still figure something out, or you're trying to still wrap your head around all the reasons why or how, then you are still trapped. You're still caught in this web that you can't even see. Again, fog, veil. There's a lot of things that you can't see. And the more and more you try to use your head, the more and more you try to intellectualize things, the further and further away from the reality you get. It's when you, again, surrender and allow yourself to be cleansed that this Eight of Wands and this Chariot can really go full force. These can only go at the rate, right? If you fully let go of things, then of course these can move very, very quickly. But if you are still grasping, it's like, it's almost like if you're caught in a river and it's moving very quickly, but you are clinging on to the side and you're clinging to the rocks and the bushes, like you're going to feel the current moving. You're going to feel that, but you're going to be standing still. And you're going to get frustrated as to, well, why aren't I being carried with the current? Why aren't I going where I'm supposed to go? Well, obviously, because you're clinging. You have to let go. Fully, truly, absolutely. And when you let go of things, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to fill your life up with other things. Like, for example, you don't get over a disappointment from the past by just jumping into a new situation that's similar, right? Like, you don't get over an ex-boyfriend just by getting a new boyfriend. It doesn't work like that. This is about peace of mind. Like when you go into your garage after you have fully purged it, and you know how good that feels. See, the cleaning of your house is such a wonderful example here. The cleaning out of your closet, cleaning out the refrigerator, cleaning out the garage, the basement, the storage unit, whatever. That's such a beautiful metaphor to use, because we all know what it's like to walk into something that was cluttered for so long and got a little out of hand, and then all of a sudden now it's very orderly. I know that's boring, but hey, it's Virgo season. And for the sanctity of your soul, right? For this light to truly shine, it can't shine when there's a bunch of gunk around. It doesn't work like that. This is why health is coming out, because this is really where it begins. Now, you can interpret health to be physical health or spiritual or mental or emotional or all of the above. They're all intrinsically linked, though. This is about finding peace. This is about true release, true untethering, truly cutting the cord. Okay? That's what's so beautiful about the fog. This is one of the reasons why Neptune is a good planet, because it requires no effort. It just requires us to go within ourselves. It just requires us to sink in to the higher consciousness. Step out of the mind and step more into the soul. And we have this Seven of Coins, which again is that, I'm trying to figure things out. I'm trying to analyze. I'm trying to really look at things. And then boom, here comes the Tower. It's interesting that both the Death card and the Tower card are coming out reversed, because, it does suggest that this is not going to be a painful process. Just like letting go of the rock at the side of the river, it's not a painful process. You just let go. You stop thinking so much. You stop overthinking. You stop overanalyzing. Emotions are running high. Yeah, well, they're especially running high because Neptune is involved. They're especially running high because Venus comes into Scorpio. They're especially running high because we have a full moon in Pisces, okay, on the 20th. So, but emotions running high can also suggest an emotional purge as well. But again, strength. This is not a time to get triggered and to react and to get in your final punches or to get the last word or whatever. Definitely not the time for that. It's a time for you to allow balance to be established in your life. As Mars comes into Libra. Mars comes into Libra and eventually, not necessarily in September, but eventually comes into an opposition with Chiron. And as Mars comes into that opposition with Chiron, there can either be a healing that occurs, especially with your relationship life and past relationships and your relationships with the other, or it might need to expose a wound for the sake of healing. So don't be surprised if either one of those things happens. Queen of Coins reversed. Again, I feel the need to tell you to stop trying to be practical. I feel the need to try to tell you to stop trying to do it the right way. To stop trying to do it the way that makes sense or that fits within some kind of a system. This story is about freedom, not necessarily about order. Order can help with freedom, but it is not necessarily the vehicle, okay? You don't have to be trying to do things the way the world tells you to do them. Your reward is inevitable. Your material harvest is already written for you. You don't have to try. You just have to allow yourself to be hit by this big wave and to choose to perceive it as a cleansing. That's the hard part. The choice to see it as a cleansing. Last card, I haven't really talked too much about it, is the Loyal Heart. And whenever this card comes out, it can represent your loyalty to another. Sure. And there's a relationship that is involved because loyalty is nothing if it's not in relation to something else. But you have to really come into contact within yourself as to what it is you're truly being loyal to. Are you being loyal to the pain? Are you being loyal to the trauma? Loyal in terms of keeping it alive, continually supporting it? Are you loyal to your healing? Are you loyal to your progress? Okay, because honesty here in terms of deciding where your loyalty truly lies will be very telling and will determine how your healing is really going to go. It's going to determine as to whether you're really ready to let go of the side of the river or that rock in the river or not. Does your loyalty lie with the unknown as to where the river is carrying you, or does the loyalty lie with the rock that you seem to be clinging on to? And that's a question that only you can answer. But if you don't answer it honestly, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I think in a lot of ways, water represents truth. And to sink into a truth, even if it sucks, even if it's really hard to admit, is one of, if not the most courageous thing you can possibly do. Okay, so let's go ahead and pull out the comprehensive reading, because I have a feeling this story is going to evolve and may actually pull in new people. So we're going to go ahead and pull out the clarifiers, all right? Let me get the decks ready and I'll see you in just a sec. Alrighty, Aries. So let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers. For those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. Okay, so let's go ahead and start by clarifying the Page of Cups. So let's see, what more do we need to know about the Page of Cups? Beautiful, 10 of Cups. Now remember, this is really what the universe needs from you. It needs your emotional freedom, because through freedom only happiness can exist. Okay? Five of Cups. Another 7 of Coins. All right. With the Strength, with the environment, what else does Aries need to know about the environment? 4 of Wands reversed. 6 of Cups. Six of Coins. Beautiful. Okay. Now let's focus on the 9-card block. We're going to start by clarifying the Death card. The Devil and the Queen of Cups reversed. There is a quality of being unsafe coming through here. It's almost as though your illusion of safety is being exposed, because you think you're keeping yourself safe by hanging onto that rock, you know, but what's coming in the river is just as mysterious as where that river might be going. So, you know, there's a risk there. 10 of Swords. Makes sense. All right. 2 of Wands. Beautiful vision. Whoops. Page of Coins. Wands. Now for the 8 of Wands. See, it's trying to get you toward the 10 of Coins. It's trying to get you toward this material heart. We are talking about money. We are talking about relationships. We're talking about the tangible aspects of life, the things that you physically want. Okay? Another 4 of Swords. Star. Beautiful. I'm going to tell you right now that the river is not taking you any place bad. Okay? Let go of what you think it's supposed to look like. I'm feeling so much resistance right now. So much resistance to let go of your mindset. To let go of a story. Three of Coins and the 8 of Coins. I'm sorry, 8 of Cups, I'm sorry. Beautiful. I really like that Hanged Man. Whoa, okay. Sorry. One more for the 7 of Coins. Oh, see, 10 of coins and 9 of coins, which is the same as over here. If you allow your perception to be altered, if you allow your story to be proven untrue, the reward is great. Beautiful. Ace of Wands. Okay. We're going to leave you guys there. And so, yeah, if you want to join for the comprehensive, you are more than welcome. Again, that link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. All right. Thanks so much, guys. Talk to you soon. Bye-bye. Hello, Taurus. Welcome to your September reading. Thanks so much for being here. So we're going to get started with the King of Coins. Okay, this is the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you this month, which is great because this is actually the card of Taurus. So this signifies you just being you, right? The universe needs you to be you. It needs you to be authentically and purely and honestly you. Now, there's a lot of movement coming out in these cards, and it's not slow. Okay, there's not like qualities of like, oh, just sit back and meditate on it. Like, no, this is a month of action for Taurus. We have 5th house activation. All right, this is supposed to be fun. This is supposed to be the journey, right? We're making our way to a new place. And we get to let go of old things that aren't really working for us anymore. And we get to adventure into totally new arenas in life. Okay. King of Coins is really great because while he can be slower moving, he can be methodical. He does have that ability to really commit. It's like, you know, Taurus and the whole Taurus-Scorpio axis, right? I mean, there's like that. Once you've hung on, it's like almost impossible for you to let go. And I think that's a good thing for you guys. This is when the Taurian stubbornness, quote unquote, really actually comes out to be, you know, beneficial for you because there's something tugging you. And this is definitely a Saturn in the 10th house along with Jupiter retrograde going on in that 10th house there type of vibe. You're being tugged or pulled in a new direction with some kind of a new life purpose that's sort of blossoming or emerging at this moment. And your dedication to making those changes happen and to being along for the ride, right? Really committing to the journey more than anything is going to serve you very, very well. And I think the universe is responding well to that in so many ways. Along with this King of Coins, we have this card that says the energy is gaining momentum. And it definitely is. We have a couple cards here in the center that talk about that for sure. Guys, I know you've set wheels in motion. I know you've put ideas out there. I know you've done your part. And now the wheels, they are starting to start, they're moving. Things are moving and they're starting to move more quickly. And I actually think, I know that we kind of feel like 2021 went by pretty fast, but guys, 2022 is going to go by pretty fast as well. And there's going to be a lot of things that evolve in a very short period of time. Your focus, we have this crystal's focus, your clarity, which I think is being mirrored here with the Lovers as well. I mean, this is such a, we have blessed over here. This is such a blessing to be able to have this focus. Now, I'm not going to, blanket statement and say that you all know exactly what you're doing. If you're feeling a little bit faulty, if you're feeling a little bit lost, that is okay. Okay. This is a time for you to open up that kind of third eye in order to receive, because we have this spiritual strength card here, which signifies getting out of your own way, right? Taking your ego and kind of setting it aside and allowing your soul to really open up to the possibilities. And there are so many possibilities with the Magician in the environment. This is a card that's ruled by Mercury. And we also have Virgo here, which is beautiful because it is Virgo season. Virgo is also ruled by Mercury. And Mercury, as we have it, is in the 6th house. And I know he's, kind of neither here nor there in Libra. I think he does well in Libra. But he's in the 6th house. He loves to be in the 6th house because that's his natural house of rulership. So he's in a very strong position for you guys right now, Taurus. Okay, and even Venus is in your 6th house for the first little bit before she enters into Scorpio, okay? And I feel that this mercurial energy that's coming out, even we have a Gemini card here too. I didn't even see that. So we have a Gemini, Mercury, Mercury, Mercury. The beautiful thing about Mercury is its ability to go in many different places simultaneously, right? It can kind of reach out into, above or below, wherever it needs to go. If it needs to go out into the universe, if it needs to go inside of you, it doesn't matter. Wherever he needs to go, he's going to go. And he's going to collect the information that you're meant to receive, and he's going to bring that back to you so that you can process and understand things in a more conscious way. And the Magician is here to say, first of all, with Mercury involved, the options are endless. You're dealing in the quantum realm here. So if you're setting out on a path, your commitment and your faith and your belief in the best outcome is really affecting the actual potential outcome. There is no set destination right now. Yeah. Right? I mean, we're in a process of breaking things apart with Saturn square Uranus this year. And when we're in the process of breaking things apart, there's more focus on that than there is on the rebuilding of the new structure. So your kind of future is sort of wide open. It's important for you to understand, though, that your choices and your words and your thoughts and the emotions that you choose to engage with, I'm not saying to ignore things. I'm not saying to suppress things, but you can engage with certain thoughts more than with others by choice. And that is going to really set the tone for how the next few years are going to go. 2021 is a critical year. Choices, thoughts, actions, emotions, they're creating so rapidly. We have this card over here that says acceptance. It's going to be important for you to accept that things happened the way they happened. This is in the past, this acceptance. The acceptance of where you've gotten yourself to. This is where you are. You don't need to dwell. You don't need to play the what if game. There is only the here and now, and here and now you are so blessed. And there are a lot of things to take care of, and your focus in this moment, your focus in this day to day through Virgo season and into Libra season, because for you it's 6th house, it's going to be crucial that you use this time effectively. And you don't really allow yourself to get distracted by nonsensical and useless things. I wouldn't add on to your schedule at this time. I wouldn't overload yourself. I think that would be a very bad idea, because you're just going to really, really not enjoy the process. If it's something that you love and you care about and you can make time for and you can really concentrate on it, then by all means, add it to your plate. But we're in this process right now of setting ourselves up for success 5-10 years from now. And the decisions that we make now with the Magician energy are relevant. They send us on a new trajectory. Now, Neptune's involved this month, right? Because at the beginning of September, we had the Mars-Neptune opposition. Neptune over in Pisces, Mars is in Virgo. As the Sun in Virgo moves closer to that 22nd degree, then it will also come into that opposition with Neptune as well. So that's going to be kind of an interesting energy to kind of deal with. Here we have Judgment, which I think is the epitome of the Sun opposite Neptune, where there's this haze. There's this cloudiness. You don't necessarily have the clarity. You don't necessarily have the loud trumpet, with that aha moment and that lightning bolt of understanding. It's not really going to be like that. It's going to really be based and rooted in faith, in your belief, as is Neptune in Pisces. Your belief that you have infinite options, your belief that the best possible outcome is what's ultimately going to result. And I know that meditation right now might not necessarily feel, Virgo's kind of a 6-1, half a dozen. Some people love Virgo season to kind of isolate and, kind of go inside their little holes. But for you, it's 5th house. So I don't know that that's necessarily needed unless you feel that it's needed. But this 4 of Swords, if you don't feel like now's the right time to be all like in your quiet space and cut off from the world and doing your breath work and doing your meditation. I'm not saying don't do that, but if you have a focus, if you have a drive, if you have a passion burning right now, then by all means, prioritize that instead. Okay, we don't want to pump the brakes here. Definitely should not be pumping the brakes, because here we have 2 angels. Okay, so you're not being misled here. You have these guides that are very clearly showing up in this reading for you and saying, hey, Taurus, there's a lot of unknowns, but I've got you by the hand and I am walking you through this step by step. There will be no missteps. Period. There will be no missteps at all. Now, the Lovers is usually in its most basic sense, its most basic form, a card of choice. And I just came in contact with a very well articulated statement or quote from, oh my gosh, he's like my favorite teacher and I can never remember his name, Krishnamurti, I think it is. He's super famous. And he talked about choice is a product of confusion. When a mind is clear, there are no choices. And even though there's a haziness going on here, and even though you can't really see very far ahead, I don't think you're confused. I don't think you have this, oh, what do I want? I don't know. I feel so lost. I feel so, I don't see that in the cards. I see that Taurus knows at least the general direction of where they want to go. They know at least the general path that's going to take them there. And they know that they can start moving forward. And maybe that's all you need to know. And maybe the strength here has nothing to do with moving forward so much as it has to do with letting things go. Because as we progress into 22, 23, and 24, as Pluto makes his way very slowly through 23 and 24 into Aquarius at the same time that Saturn transits through Pisces, I'm going to tell you that 23 and 24 are going to be really weird years. Okay, it's going to be a very strange time globally. And for us individually, we may feel quite dismayed is the word that is coming to my mind. I don't know why, quite dismayed. But the only reason you'll feel dismayed is if right now, while we have this Aquarius energy, Saturn in Aquarius, which has high consciousness, if we don't use this energy now, then 23 and 24 are going to be weird. But if we do, we set the trajectory going, so there's nothing to be confused about in 23 and 24. That's the point of right now, is to not be confused. And I don't think you are. So 8 of Wands, you go forward. Okay, and you have this talent here for clear communication. Now, we do have a Mercury retrograde in the 6th. That's not happening until officially the actual retrograde happens on the 27th, but we have a few weeks of the Mercury shadow before that. Mercury retrograde happens at 25 degrees of Libra. At the time of my doing this reading, it's at 6 degrees, so we've got a little ways to go. But the Mercury retrograde in the 6th house may affect the way you communicate, but this card suggests, even with the Magician upright and the Virgo card, I mean, to me, all these mercurial representatives coming out and saying, Mercury is your best friend right now, Taurus. And this can apply in so many ways with how you communicate, with the way you articulate the things that you're thinking and feeling, the way you do business, the way you negotiate, the way you handle commerce, the way you do business, the way you spend your money, because there's a lot of exchange that happens with mercurial energy. So your exchanges of ideas and whatever else are actually quite blessed. And to have Venus in Scorpio, your ruling planet, in its opposite, so it's technically in fall position, but she loves to be in the 7th house, so it's really not that bad. So she can kind of work on reestablishing the balance, right? Finding the middle ground. So whenever there is an exchange between two people, you can have and find that middle ground. And that is ultimately what's going to propel you very quickly on this 8 of Wands journey. Now, this may not appear in the external world so much for some of you. Like maybe your life, generally speaking, stays the same. Same job, same location, you've got the same kids, you've got the same spouse, you know. But this can also be a spiritual journey as well, where you all of a sudden have all these brilliant insights, just one after the next, after the next, after the next, and again, used as building blocks for what is yet to come in your life. 8 of Cups is a suggestion of forgive and forget. And I had this conversation with Aries. I'm going to have this conversation with you because you've got Chiron in the 12th house. Chiron in the 12th house is an opportunity for you to heal the things, and I'm going to use this weird word, this weird phrase, to heal the things that make you crazy. Right? And to no longer be burdened by those things, to no longer be a slave to those things, to those triggers, to those words, to those actions of other people. And the forgetness is important. And I'm not saying to forget in terms of not learning the lesson. You can learn the lesson and get yourself to a point where you don't really remember what happened anymore. And I feel like the forgetfulness, the reason why they say forgive and forget, everyone says, don't forget, you know, like, because, oh my gosh, you may repeat it or whatever. But if you don't forget, it means that there's still, now this is not hard and fast, but there could still be a pain. And if there's still a pain, however small, it still impacts your decisions and your journeys. And I'm not saying this is going to happen overnight, because it's definitely not, but you are on the trajectory to have an emotional overhaul, to really let things go that you might not have even known were still there. And I feel a very refreshing energy coming through these cards as well, because here's the King of Coins, so incredibly dedicated. That's the word I'm going to use. Dedicated to this evolution, dedicated to this change, dedicated to this new way of living life. And I don't see you allowing anything to really interrupt that. Now, this Knight of Wands is an interesting character. coming out in this reading, and he struck me not so much as an important player in terms of how often you see them, how often you talk to them, but they're important because of what they represent. The Knight of Wands represents freedom. It's a Sagittarius energy. You guys have Sagittarius in the 8th house. So the Sagittarius-Taurus connection is what's called like a 6-8 relationship, right? Because from Taurus all the way to Sagittarius is an 8 house or an 8 zodiac sign, including Taurus as number 1 relationship. And then from Sagittarius to Taurus is 6. And the 6-8 relationship is powerful. All right. It has a lot of karmic implications. There are a lot of lessons to be learned there. And because it rules the 8th house, there's that quality of going deep into that underworld. It's really how you experience the rawest part of yourself. And Sagittarius wants to understand those things. It wants to bring into light, bring into consciousness, which is with its Jupiterian rulership, a deeper understanding of those things. And I feel that this Knight of Wands is a suggestion. It's someone coming into your life, just wafting through. And there's something about the way they live their life, how free they are from themselves. It's like this is someone who doesn't seem to acquire karma. It's like I'm trying to like describe this image that I have in my head. It's like they live and they make mistakes and they may hurt themselves and they may hurt other people, but it's like their soul just doesn't like cling on to it. It's like Teflon almost. Taurus is very much not like that. A lot of things stick to Taurus because it's such a powerful magnetic zodiac sign. But this, it's just like whatever the experience, good or bad, this person just carries through entirely unaffected. And I feel that there's something adaptable there. Something that you can look at and observe in the, metaphorical mirror. Like you look at them and you see how you are different. And I'm not saying that you should try to be like them because we all have our own coding, our own astrological makeup, but there might be something there for you. Right? There might be something there. Isn't it interesting that while you're in the process of releasing, of shifting, of creating pretty substantial changes in your life, saunters in this Knight of Wands as though they're just this completely free spirit. And I don't use free spirit in the context that we normally say it. This is not just someone that goes from here to there and adventures and gets on airplanes or whatever. That's not what I mean. I mean that they are free. No one can own them. No experience can own them. And I feel that this person's presence really turns something over in you. This is not someone for you to fall in love with, okay? I mean, some of you might, but that's not really the point of their presence in your life. This is not someone for you to jump in business with. It's not someone to to be like BFF with, because I don't know how stable they are or how consistent they'll be. This is someone simply there for you to observe. And I guarantee there's going to be a quality that you say, you know what? I really want to bring that out in myself. And then all of a sudden, well, this is a Saturnian card, okay? It's ruled by Saturn. So this is not a fast energy specifically. But coupled with these two cards, I mean, there's definitely some kind of a push happening behind Taurus of like, you got to move, you got to move, you got to move, you got to move, you got to change, you got to, you have to get on this new trajectory. And this world is like, I'm ready to open whenever you're ready to walk through. This card always reminds me, you guys remember that old movie Stargate? Where it was like the big, like stone circle, and they had that like weird film that you had to like go through and it access the portal or whatever. That's what I feel that this is, like a Stargate, where you get to time warp into a kind of a new dimension in your own life. This is very Aquarian, okay? Let's go ahead and pull out the clarifiers, because I think there's a lot of subtext that will come out with the clarifier. So give me just a second to prepare the deck, and we'll get the reading ready for the comprehensive. All right, Taurus, so let's pull out the clarifiers. For those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out we'll talk about in the comprehensive reading. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So let's go ahead here and take a look. We're going to clarify the King of Coins, which again, what does the universe really need from you right now, Taurus? Four of Coins, see? It needs you to acknowledge what you're hanging on to. Seven of Cups. And, Ace of Wands reversed. Okay. The environment, Five of Wands. Six of Wands. Ace of Coins reversed. Okay. Interesting. All right, now let's start with the Judgment reversed. What does... hold on. I can't take all these, but I will take those. Okay, Ace of Wands up right now, another World, and a Moon card for that. Beautiful card of Taurus. Beautiful Hierophant. Three of Wands. Oh, amazing. Okay. Six of Cups reversed. All right, now for the Four of Coins reversed. Oh, I love it. Eight of Wands, beautiful. Straight to the 10. There's no reason to be scared or afraid or anxious. No reason at all. This new trajectory is not something to second guess. It's not leading you anywhere bad. And there's absolutely nothing to be afraid of. Oh, I love that Knight of Wands. I love it coming through. I really, really do. Oh, another reverse Judgment. Interesting. Okay, and Ace of Cups, and then Four of Wands at the bottom of the deck. Wonderful. So this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So if you want to stay with me and continue with this message, again, the link will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. If not, I wish you guys an amazing September. You guys know I love you, and I'll see you very, very soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. Now, this month is especially relevant for you guys because Virgo season is the other Mercury-ruled season, right? Because Gemini and Virgo seasons both ruled by Mercury. And we also have a Mercury retrograde looming. It doesn't officially happen until the 27th at 25 degrees of Libra, but there's still going to be a Mercury shadow building up, okay? So when I look at these sets of cards, one of the things that really just screams out to me in a more generalized way is that you have to express the authenticity of what you're feeling, okay? Because this King of Cups, which signifies what the universe needs from you, it needs your almost brutal discernment. Needs you to be brutal in terms of the honesty with which you feel things and think things. If you feel disappointed by something, be brutally honest in admitting that you feel disappointed. On the other hand, if you are feeling inspired, be brutally honest with yourself and allow yourself to feel inspired. The one thing we can't do is fight the way we feel. When the King of Cups is present, we can't fight the integrity of those emotions themselves and what they truly represent. Because there are going to be things that fall short this month for sure. People fall short, deals fall short, relationships fall short. And it's not that these are bad people or anything. It's just that you are needing to come into a greater truth of what things and situations actually are. And in this environment card, the strength, the universe is going to put you in a situation where you are going to need to be courageous. And I think that has a lot to do with saying certain things with the throat chakra. To be able to say what you feel. And I actually loved the blue and the purple and the indigo colors are kind of coming out here with these two cards because these are higher echelon, higher vibration chakra colors. And they're inspired. And they are direct downloads from spirit. And there's really no reason. The thing that's so cool about Virgo season is that I don't see anyone really doubting themselves this month. I don't see people like feeling a feeling and then being like, well, maybe that's not really how I feel. There's none of that weird stuff going on. It's just very honest. It's just that I feel this way and that's it. And there has to be an acceptance of those things. Virgo doesn't mess around. The Virgo archetype, it doesn't mess around. It's brutal, it's blunt, it's honest. But it's during Virgo season that we can come into a state of greater, what I call self-mastery. Virgo, 6th house, this is self-mastery type of stuff, where we get to sort of consolidate all the little lessons that we've learned into one sort of greater understanding of something. And when that moment comes where you have to be strong, where you have to be courageous, where you have to self-express, where you have to have the self-awareness, where you have to articulate what you're thinking and feeling, and where you have to take the risks, it's going to feel more natural than it probably ever has. The thing is that I don't think this is like the Gemini dark twin thing coming out. I don't think that that's the case at all. In fact, I think this is a union of the two Gemini twins working together, working cohesively for the betterment of your life. There are going to be things that need to be said. I don't think Gemini is going to be able to hold back on saying things. Not with Mercury in the 5th house. Not with the North Node coming into the last degrees of Gemini, or really actually the first degrees of Gemini, as it prepares to move into Taurus next year. Throat chakra with the autumnal equinox, release. There is a death going on, and this is so poignant because, of course, September 21st, I think is the date, right, of the actual autumnal equinox. So we're actually coming into that actual place in the northern hemisphere. In the southern hemisphere, it's, spring equinox. So, but either way, there's still a change. There's either new growth or new death, depending on where you're located. Things need to change. They need to change. They need to evolve. They need to become something else. And your King of Cups, brutality, is what is going to facilitate that evolution, because there's a fire. We have this passion inside of you here, this passion, this fire, this sort of excitement. I mean, you know what you want. You're not clear on that. I know that you know exactly what you want. And I think you're tired of doing the roundabout. You're tired of playing the game. You're tired of the consequence of not saying what you really feel. And I think this is Gemini getting very deep, because you've had exceptionally deep situations, deep events, deep experiences the past few years with all the Capricorn stuff in the 8th house. You're tired of that depth. And I think there's a point now where you're really wanting to soar. You're wanting life to go well. You're wanting the upswing. You may have a couple of situations still, though, that keep resurfacing, whether it's with the same person or just with different people. Round and round and round you go on that cycle, on that karmic cycle. But this is the time to really recognize that you're on that merry-go-round. That's the first step, acknowledging. And here comes the King of Cups being like, yep, I'm on it. Plain and simple. I know I'm on it. I understand I'm on it. And what I need to do now is make better decisions in order to get me off. And that's where your judgment comes in. Your discernment, even your diplomacy. And I feel a calmness from this King of Cups, weirdly. He's calm in some kind of stormy watered place. And I feel that you feel very clear with yourself that now is the time to get off this ride. Hanged Man is a suggestion that you're coming into a higher consciousness, and in the meantime, you are being suspended, hung up, delayed. You may perceive a denial of certain things, but it's not really a full denial. It's just a delay, because you're needing to come into some type of wisdom and some type of clarity in order to be able to really handle that thing that you say that you want. You say you want to get off the ride, but are you truly mentally prepared to do that? Can you handle higher vibration relationships? Can you handle deeper consciousness relationships? Whether it's romantic or otherwise. It's most likely through your relationships that all of this is really coming to be, because that's how it works. We can never escape relationships. Whether they are brief or long-term or committed or not, it doesn't matter. It's our relationships with the mirror, and all things of this world are within the mirror. So here you are, your mind working very, very sharply. Your mind is an effective tool right now, but it's not necessarily the weapon of choice. I think you're really operating more from raw spiritual emotion. Your mind is just here to kind of put that final nail in the coffin in terms of what you're willing to allow and what you're not willing to allow anymore in your life. Things start turning over, things start evolving. You've turned over a new leaf, if you will. And even so, that new leaf is really kind of like, if you can envision autumn, wherever you are, right? Envision autumn. It's the turning of the colors of the leaves. From the bright, vibrant green to the golds, to the reds, to the oranges and the yellows. The color of the world is changing. The color of your world is changing in a cyclical manner. You've been here before, Gemini. You know what this is. You know what this is about. But this is a chance to not just allow the cycle to end and then begin again, but to fully end it. And that's really, again, where the strength comes. Universe is giving you opportunities to either continue or to end. There's one of my favorite teachers, Krishnamurti, I think his name is. He's like my favorite teacher, and for some reason I can never remember his name. It just starts with a K. I think it's Krishnamurti. I've been studying him a lot lately and watching a lot of his speeches and, pulling a lot of his quotes and stuff. And one of the quotes that I recently pulled was talking about the illusion of choice as being more of an illusion rooted in confusion. Choice is only a product of a confused mind. But when you are clear, there are no choices. And you're getting to that point where there aren't really choices. The universe will kind of put choices in front of you, but there is no choice. The path is clear. You're moving on from this merry-go-round. You're moving on from this ride. And I love the Emperor with the King of Cups. By the way, these are this is a Scorpio card. This is an Aries card, but I often see this as being associated with Aries, Scorpio, the Mars, Leo and Capricorn, and also Cancer sometimes. Okay, so these are very powerful energies coming out to play here. And there's kind of a no BS situation happening with this Emperor, because clearly I'm looking here and I feel like someone has reflected back to you how strong you actually are through their weakness. Through their selfishness, you are understanding how generous you are. Through their selfishness, you are selfless. And a more clear vision of who you truly are is coming to play. Some of it good, some of it not so good. But this King of Coins, whoever this was, has shown you a great deal about where you've been and the importance of the choices that you can make now, choices to make now, to help you on the right trajectory to get you to where you want to be. There may have been a breakup or an argument, or someone walked away, someone canceled the contract, whatever it was, someone quit, okay? But their sort of absence or their leaving or their reaction, their acting out, has again just mirrored back to you just exactly how stable you actually are. You've fought your demons. I know you've been there. I know you've been through the 8th house madhouse, right? The 8th house madhouse is insane. And I know you've gone deep. I know you've, been in those toxic situations, and you've even seen your own toxicity, which is why you're even more worthy of being on this throne here. Because you know what a toxic Gemini is. You know what it means to be that. We've all been the toxic versions of ourselves at one point or another. And you see what it does. You see the effects of that toxicity. You see the effects of ignoring your intuition, ignoring your inner voice, ignoring your clarity, choosing to ignore other people's red flags, choosing to make excuses, justifications, rationalizations, choosing to stay in things that don't make you happy, choosing to chase things that will never give you the validation, that will never provide that security, never provide that safety. You've been there. You've been broken. Those moments of brokenness, those moments of debilitation just made you that much stronger. This person doesn't know it, but they remind you of a past version of yourself. They remind you of just how bad it can get. And that's a route or a path that you genuinely simply will never go down again. That the karma from that seems to have been broken. But there's still an entanglement going on here. You're still connected. Now we have this card. Your dreams need a practical plan. Meaning there might need to be steps taken in order to really get you out of this place. You need to put a plan in place. You need to actually say the words. You actually need to do the actions. Now, some months, it's very surrendered. It's let go. There's nothing for you to do. Even some of the zodiac signs this month have that kind of message. But for you guys, I don't think that that's the case. I think there are things for you to do. There are actions that need to be taken. There are efforts that need to be exerted. So we have this Queen of Wands with this King of Wands. I'm not necessarily seeing that one is you and one is another person. I mean, although maybe it could be, but what I'm really seeing is the fire here, the fire. We have an Aries representative and we have a Leo representative. We also have a Mars-ruled water sign. We know that Mars is a very fiery planet. And the message with the Aries energies is to just do it. Boom. To be impulsive, to be spontaneous, because real spontaneity really is where life truly resides. That's what life is. It's spontaneous, unpredictable. And then the Leo archetype is coming out to remind you of the self-empowerment. We have that coming out a couple of times with this Leo card here. And again, I know this is not technically a Leo card, but I often see Leo energy with that. So we have this: sit on your throne, Gemini. Be in control. Be empowered. Don't second guess yourself. If you want something, go for it. If you need something to leave your life, tell it to leave. It's not about dragging things on. It's not about leading people on. It's not about, seeing if it will get better. No, this is very clear cut. Ace of Swords. It's very simple. It's either in or it's out. You either want it or you don't. And if for 1 second you find yourself making excuses, you're not in your King of Wands energy. You're not on the Emperor's throne. You are not in this state of honesty. This reading is easy. It's a little bit in your face, but it's easy. Pay attention to how you're thinking about something, how you're talking about something. It's not really what you're saying, but how you're doing it. And that is where the answers truly lie. because you don't have time for people who want to drag their feet. You don't have time for people that aren't fully invested. You don't have time for people that don't really care. You have a happy life to enjoy. You have a fulfilling career to build. You have a beautiful family to care for. It's time to get off this merry-go-round. Okay, let's go ahead and get the clarifiers ready. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of cool stuff that comes out in the comprehensive. So if you want to stick around, see what cards are going to come out, stay tuned. All right, Gemini, so let's go ahead and pull out these clarifiers. So for those of you who are new, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for another 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, okay? So let's take a look at the King of Cups, which really represents what the universe needs from you. Okay, so what else does the universe need from you? Oh, another 5 of coins. Needs you to recognize where there's not value. Is there value in that relationship or not? Is there value in that contract or not? Is there value in that new job or not? Ten of Cups. It needs you to hold yourself up to a very high standard, to hold your own life up. There's no self-punishment going on here, right? We don't need to be doing any of that nonsense. Okay, so Strength. Nine of Coins. Ace of Wands. Oh, amazing. The environment is so supportive and will provide so much abundance for you, okay? All right. It's going to put you in a winning position. Hanged Man. Let's take a look. What do we need to know about the Hanged Man here? Okay, we have Knight of Cups. Six of coins. Another 10 of coins. Well, not another one, but we have a 9 and a 10 of coins. Beautiful. Ace of Swords. I feel like something very abrupt is about to happen. Again, that word spontaneous, all this Aries energy, this Mars coming through Virgo. Mars through Virgo is not necessarily the most patient energy, because he wants to accomplish. That's his job in Virgo. Get stuff done. And he's not messing around. Okay, Virgo, again, it's not the most warm and cuddly zodiac sign. Like, I'm a Virgo, I can say that. Okay, it's not the most warm and cuddly. It's not a friendly zodiac sign. It's a place of high standards. And you know what happens when we are not living up to our own standards? We get frustrated with ourselves, right? And we get frustrated with ourselves, we react. That Tower, by the way, is a very safe place for you to be. That reaction, that abrupt moment, it's a safe place. Another 5 of coins. We officially got that 3 times with each deck. So I think that has a lot to do with this King of Coins. That this King of Coins is really doesn't have a lot to give. Really doesn't. Another Strength card. 4 of Swords reversed. Beautiful. Another 10 of Cups. I saw a Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Gemini card. Let's see what comes on top of that Lovers. That Lovers means something. Okay, so we'll talk about it. Another 5 of Swords. Virgo card. Okay. What was this card again? I feel that King of Coins just really does not have a lot of confidence in themselves. Kind of like the Queen of Wands coming out, even though she's reversed here. I kind of like her, what she's bringing to the table for you, that Aries energy. Okay, beautiful. And 10 of Wands reversed. All right, so this is where we're going to pick up in the comprehensive. So we got a lot to talk about. All right, so hopefully we'll see you there. If not, I wish you nothing but the best this September. Have an amazing month, and I'll talk to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Cancer. Welcome to your September reading. Thank you so much for being here. So let's go ahead and get started with the card that signifies really what the universe needs from you right now, which is the Knight of Wands. Now, the Knight of Wands energy is, of course, optimistic, very passionate. He has a very open mind, non-judgmental. But there's also a quality of seeking. And I feel that the word seeking is the overall essence of what's really going on here. That there is something that you are seeking, and the universe is picking up on that vibration and guiding you in the appropriate way. But it's very, very subtle what's happening. Now, your everyday life is going to be the same, right? You've got kids, you're going to have to take care of your kids. You've got relationships, you've got coworkers, bosses, clients, neighbors, all the things, right? You have all the relationships. And there are all these things that you're gotta kind of pay attention to in a totally normal, mundane way. But there is this yearning. Now, Neptune came out in the Oracle cards. We also have a Neptune-ruled card in the very center of the tarot. So the Neptunian quality, which just so happens to be sitting in your 9th house, which is the natural house of Sagittarius. Here's a card of Sagittarius, which came out twice. It's just, there's something more, right? And is this right now, we just had Mars come into an opposition, but that's leaving now. Now we have the Sun building into an opposition with Neptune. So Neptune's influence is incredibly potent right now. And there's something that your soul is yearning to understand, is yearning to come into, acceptance of. Whether it's understanding a meaning of something past or understanding of where something is going. But that sort of striving to understand is a very low level or a very low vibrational place to be. And I feel that with the presence of the Hermit, and I don't know, I feel that this is going to come in myriad of ways, right? There's going to be, for some of you, it's going to be a person that says something to you. For others of you, it's going to be something you read in a book. Others of you, it's just an insight that just hits you on your walk to work in the morning or whatever it is. It's just going to be, but it's going to be profound, no matter how it comes. Because the Hermit only operates in the realm of profoundness, okay? He's not sitting here making small talk. That's not what the wise old man on the mountain does. In fact, he rarely speaks. And when he does speak, it has major resonance. And I feel like that's what you're wanting. Your soul is craving something to resonate, to validate. And as much as I often say that whenever the hermit comes out in the environment, I almost always say that you're not going to get external validation. However, for some reason this month, I feel that that's a little different. That you will get some sort of external validation, that someone will say or do or point you in some direction of some kind that will be like, oh my gosh, I am on the right track here. Now is not the time to be polarizing yourself. Now, I know this is a little controversial. There are a lot of, issues out there in the world. But if you polarize yourself and if you cling too strongly to a belief, it is very likely that something Neptunian is going to creep in and challenge or destroy that belief. And your identity that was wrapped up in that belief will suddenly shatter. And I don't see it being a bad thing if that's what happens, but being polarized, and I'm not just going to say this month, I mean really like through the rest of 21, through 22, 23, and 24, and holding something so true is going to close your mind to other possible truths. And this is what your soul, this is why the seeking energy is coming out. This is because Neptune is pulling you into this more transcendent place. Okay? Now, we have this temptation card here. Now, this is like the devil in the traditional tarot. So there's something very earthy, something very low vibrational, something with high density coming through here. And it is tempting to cling. It is tempting to identify with a certain thing, or it's attempting to go after something. See, this seeking energy doesn't have to be applied in spiritual ways. Although Neptune, I think, wants you to. But if you just have the general vibe of wanting to go seek something, a lot of Cancerians are going to misdirect that toward material things. I got to work harder. I got to go make more money. I really want to get my material goals in place. And the temptation for that is very high because it's Virgo season. It's an earthy season. But I don't necessarily know that that is where the fulfillment is going to be found. I'm not saying you can't do those things. You can, and that's great and good for you. But will the fulfillment really be there? And so we have this reflection energy, which is very interesting. And I'll get to the reflection as we talk about the Knight of Coins and the King of Wands up here. But there is a lot of reflection going on. The world is acting as kind of almost an immediate mirror. And it's the consciousness of that's what's going on, which makes this process more simple. If you're having a conversation with someone and you're in the consciousness of, okay, this person is mirroring something back to me, and I don't mean this in a narcissistic, everything is about me kind of way, but they're clearly, these interactions that you're going to be having, they're trying to tell you something. And if you are in the right mindset to be listening at the same time as you are experiencing, then you're just setting yourself up for gold. Okay, you're going to win the gold medal here. Okay, you're going to win what could happen for you. This is a time for healing. Now, I know that's annoying, but it is Virgo season. Virgo and Pisces are the healer's axis. Neptune is involved here, so I have to bring in the Piscean archetype. We're in Virgo season, so we have to bring in Virgo. This is a time for healing both physically and spiritually. And what is being reflected back to you via some profound moment of inspiration is meant to heal you. Because if there are still wounds present, psychological, emotional, spiritual, physical, then we are likely to cling on to ideas and beliefs for the sake of fulfilling or creating our own validation for why those things are in turn true, or why the reasons those wounds occurred are in fact true. But you're in a position now where you can elevate above that, where true healing can occur, and you are no longer in a state of like limping, because I'm getting this 5 of coins. There's a kind of an energy of limping. You're limping along with something. But this was never meant to be a permanent situation. See, growth. I want to expand my consciousness and my awareness right next to the Neptune card, right next to a card that says a leg up. This is a month where the universe is literally going to push you along. You have so much universal support right now. The universe needs you at full power. It doesn't need you here. You're not any good to anybody here. And take a moment to think that maybe these things that you are so convinced that are true, maybe there is also something else that is true, and maybe those two things are contradictory. All right, if you're in a position where you're saying that's bad, this is good, you're not playing the game right here. And there's a lot of people out there doing that, not only like in global and political and environmental kind of belief systems, but internally as well, where you judge individuals for their own, decisions of like, oh, that person chooses to work in that line of work, that's bad. I'm good because I chose a moral high ground or whatever. Okay, well, I'm kind of using stupid examples with that, but you get the idea. Now, you're coming out as a fire energy, so I'm inclined to link you to the fire here in the 9-card block. You're the King of Wands here. Powerful, expressive. You have strong opinions, you have a strong belief about something, you have a strong essence, which is good. But here comes this very humble energy. Now, it's no accident that it's Virgo season and we have 2 Virgo cards coming out. Card of Virgo, card of Virgo. The Virgo season itself can be brutal in certain ways. Right, because it's what I call, right, the ruler of the 6th house. Houses 1 through 6 have a lot to do with personal development. Houses 7 through 12 have a lot to do with relationships and other people, society, humanity, and all that. Okay, so the 6th house, which is the last house of houses 1 through 6, so kind of the lower half of the zodiac there, I call it the house of self-mastery, or the zodiac sign of self-mastery. And when you get to that master level, you can expect harsh feedback. And that's one of the reasons why Virgos, people who have strong Virgo in their chart, they tend to be very critical and judgmental, because really that's how they feel about themselves. Because they're constantly like, I'm not perfect, I'm not perfect, I'm not perfect. And if they don't internalize that, it can easily be projected out into the world to other people, because it's too painful to direct it to themselves. But the nature of Virgo season is to be honest. Honest about the shortcomings. It's not to be harsh on yourself. It's not to tell you how bad you are or whatever, but it's to give you a more realistic perspective. And when I say realistic, I mean more transcendent, more unbiased, a more neutral perspective. The good news is your spirit can handle it. King of Wands, he's right. This is a Leo archetype card. So, it can handle it. It can handle a lot. It can handle the responsibility of what it means to become a a better or a more enlightened or whatever quote unquote type of person. And likely this reflection going on here is going to show you where you're limping, where there's been a wound that you are still trying to cover up. And it's usually the place where you have the most conviction. It's the place where you have the strongest beliefs. Because the wound is still under there, hasn't been exposed, like it's likely getting infected. Virgo season is about health, time for healing. It's time to rip off the layers that have been preventing this wound from getting the oxygen in the air that it needs for it to just breathe, for it to just be. But first, there has to come this moment of acceptance. There has to come this moment of what this even truly is. Because it's very likely that you thought you fixed all your woundings about that. Maybe you've even adopted some kind of a lifestyle of some kind because you thought that you were healed from that. You're going to be coming into, right? This Hanged Man is a beautiful card. A lot of people don't like it because it represents like delays and suspension and you don't have a lot of control. Well, you don't really because Neptune's involved. For the next few years, Virgo season will always have the influence of Neptune. Once Neptune enters into Aries fully in 2026, then that's going to be the essence of Libra season. Yay for that, right? But for now, it's Virgo season. And the suspension and the delay and the, being hung up is purposeful. Because the universe needs you to stop being distracted for one freaking second so it can tell you what it needs to tell you. So your mind isn't so cluttered and so busy and so messy so that you can receive this profound insight that is ultimately going to redirect the entire course of your life. It's okay to just be for a second. It's okay to breathe. It's okay to go through the brutal honesty of the season. Because it's going to help you because there's a difference, right, between dreams and delusion. When this card comes out, I often hear it's a pie in the sky, meaning it's a delusion. And it's hard because they're kind of the same thing, dreams and delusions. They are kind of the same. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people called Elon Musk delusional. Turns out they were dreams. And he was able to make it come true, right? But then there are people who are just kind of delusional. And we know those people. Delusion includes denial. Dreams do not. This is about getting rid of the denial, getting rid of the avoidance for the sake of purity of consciousness. And with this Five of Cups, there is likely something that you will, it's kind of like sinking into the Five of Cups and just saying, okay, it really happened. It really existed in my life. It's really a part of my story. It really shaped me. And you'll realize that the reaction to the wound has created this really passionate part of you, but that passion is still based on pain. Based on this. That's why it's like limping along. And from the outside looking in, the reflection, the outside world, as it looks in, it can see exactly what's going on. And you're not hiding it as well as you thought. You are exposed. I'm kind of getting this image of can I share a personal story if I can? So I've had some health issues, some of you know, and but for a long time I didn't know that I had the health issues, but I was still experiencing the symptoms and all that. And one of the symptoms was like a red face, right? Very red skin. And I went to a spiritual healer at one point, and they told me that like the face is the part of you that you can't see unless you look into a mirror. But like as you're walking around, like you can look down at your hands, you can look down at your feet and all that. Like you can look at yourself, but you can't see your own face. But everyone else can see your face. And the redness seems to be an exposure of anger or an exposure of pain or an exposure of something. And this is what the reason for these other experiences is because this is what the world is reflecting back, because it knows that you can't see it. And that really changed, a lot for me. And I feel that that's kind of what this is just like that final acceptance that the world is reflecting back to you the very thing that put you in this position in the first place. Okay? And here you are again. But this is the real seeking energy. This is the energy of being set free from something. The point of this is ultimately to be set free. And there's always new layers of freedom. Again, like I say, unless you're sitting up in the Himalayas in some cave all by yourself somewhere, it's difficult to really attain this enlightenment, nirvana, or whatever with day-to-day life, with continually trying to survive. But that means there are continual layers of freedom that must be peeled back, more and more free on a day-to-day basis. And that's free psychologically, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. And I feel that there is an attainment of freedom from whatever has been causing this limping. But only to those that pay attention to the way the world is reflecting back. A lot of people, they say they know it. Oh, the world is a mirror and da-da-da-da-da. And they can spout off all of these things that they've heard. But there's a total difference between regurgitating information that you've heard on the internet and truly understanding it. And I think there's a flip going on between, okay, yeah, I know the world is a mirror. Okay, I get it. No. But then like, boom, smack in the face of being like, holy cow, the world is a mirror. And it's just like this whole complete turnaround in perspective, a complete and utter destruction of what you thought just like 2 days ago. And I feel that it's a moment. It's a crashing moment that completely obliterates what you thought you knew. And it humbles you. It humbles you. And that's why you're going from a king energy to a knight. And that's why this knight energy is showing up of what it needs from you. It needs your humility. And once you come into that acceptance that, okay, there is a reflection going on. I just couldn't see it because it's me, right? It's your red face, but everyone can see it, but you can't see it. And then those lessons start to up the ante. They start to progress. They kind of amplify, going from a knight to a king. They become more prominent, more profound, and more communicative because now you're actually listening. And this is all so subtle. Like this is all just something that just happens inside of you. Again, everything in your life is probably going to be the same. I don't necessarily see you fighting with your partner. I don't necessarily see you getting into any altercations. I feel like it's just normal life for you on a day-to-day basis. But what's happening internally is so incredibly powerful that it could change the entire course of your life. And it's almost as though I hear you making a vow to never being so blind again. You say, I'll never be so blind again. I'll always remain humble. I'll always remain ready to have my world shattered. Okay, let's pull out the comprehensive. I have a feeling this is going to be a very layered reading, so let's go ahead and get started with that, and I'll see you guys in just a sec. All right, Cancer, let's go ahead and pull out the clarifier. So for those of you who are new to my channel, the cards I'm about to pull out are the cards we'll cover in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards, so we'd love to have you there. But let's go ahead first pull out and see what even comes out. So we're going to start with the Knight of Wands. So what else does Cancer need to know in terms of what the universe needs from them? Let's see. Six of Cups, Five of Wands, Ace of Swords. Beautiful. I love the Ace of Swords in this context. Six of Swords reversed. Four of Swords reversed. Beautiful. 10 of Coins. Okay. All right, let's start with the 5 of Coins now. What else do we need to know about this 5 of Coins? Love the King of Wands coming out. Knight of Coins. I just heard the Knight of Coins comes in peace. 5 of Cups reversed. Empress, 3 of Cups reversed. Ooh, another Death card. Another 6 of Cups. Definitely a childhood connection. Hold on, I feel like that card. Okay, definitely not that card then, I guess. But I did see the Knight. I had the page. Okay. Oh, goodness. Okay, really wanted to come out for that. All right, Hanged Man. Beautiful. Beautiful. Love the 10 of Wands reversed. It's about making your life easier. The World. 8 of Coins. Queen of Coins. No, that Justice reversed. I don't know that card has even come out upright this month. I think every time it comes out, it's reversed. Beautiful. I feel that this is a major breakthrough for you guys. Wow. Yeah, for sure. It's a major, major breakthrough because you didn't even know that these convictions and these beliefs and these actions and this lifestyle or whatever it is, you didn't even know that it was holding you back, right? Because you thought it was helping you. You thought you were, making your life better, but it was holding you back. So 7 of Wands. reverse at the bottom of the deck. So this is where we're going to pick up, you guys. So if you want to join, again, the link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. Thank you so much. You guys know I love you. I wish you nothing but the best. Have an amazing September. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello, Leo. Welcome to your September 2021 tarot card reading. So let's go ahead and get started with the card that signifies what the universe needs from you, which is the Queen of Wands. Now, this is a powerful image, first and foremost, because the divine feminine is being represented here. And I'm getting a lot of masculine energy through these cards. So it's important to remember to tap into your receptivity, to be able to receive, to be able to surrender, to curve your plans, if you will. Queen of Wands is passionate, and the universe knows you have passion, Leo. I mean, that's the Leo birthright, is the passion. But it's telling you that it's time to direct it towards something else. And I have a feeling a pretty substantial chapter in your life is coming to a close. And I don't just mean like, it depends on obviously your age or whatever, but I'm not just talking about the past couple of years. For some of you, I might be talking about a decade or two. Because obviously we had the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction in December of 2020 in Aquarius, kind of marking the end of the past Jupiter-Saturn conjunction cycle. Because that happened opposite of you, it makes sense that a new cycle is beginning, a new 20-year cycle is beginning, and it makes sense that things are going to need to fade away. The passion won't fade, but it will likely be redirected. Now, in the environment, we have the shadow side. Now, in this deck, they call it the shadow side. It's kind of like the devil in the traditional tarot, okay? Meaning the environment is going to provide any and all opportunities for you to confront your shadow, for you to confront the part of you that you've been avoiding, you've been denying, you've been misinterpreting. It's showing you where you're stuck. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, we have a lot of Saturnian energy coming out in this reading. We have a Saturn-ruled card, Saturn-ruled card, Saturn-ruled card, and a Saturn-ruled zodiac sign, Capricorn, being represented. So, you're kind of smushed here, the Saturnian nature, right, as is with the Saturn opposition, right, Saturn in Aquarius right now. This Saturnian opposition that you're going through is of course going to highlight or create points of compression in your life. And I don't know that there's necessarily a lot that you can do about the compression. More so, the energy must be directed toward things that help you to feel free. Now, in the oracle cards, we have this dawn, new beginning card, which suggests clearly that you have reached some kind of dawn in your life. But see, dawn and dusk are the two periods of the day that we call like the in-between times. With the dawn, the sun is about to rise, but it hasn't quite broken the horizon yet. The light isn't necessarily bright. You can see, but it isn't entirely clear yet. And this is kind of like when you are doing like a breath meditation and you breathe in and you hold, right? Inhale, hold, and then you exhale, hold, right? And when you breathe in and hold, there is this quality of magic and healing at the cellular, molecular level that happens during the hold period. And that's kind of what dawn and also dusk are really all about. There is cellular and molecular healing happening But it cannot happen if you are convinced that you have to push through something, or you have to force something to work, or if you're convinced that you have all this control over stuff. That's what I'm saying with the divine feminine here. You have to be willing to bend. And I know I'm talking to a fixed sign. I get that, but you have to be willing to bend. The feminine by nature is very curvy and adaptable, unpredictable, spontaneous. We have this card of heartache and loss, as is mirrored with the Three of Swords in the center of the reading. And there's a quality of letting something go. And that's going to, again, the environment is going to bring you there. It's going to show you, hey, you have to let this go. You have to let go of this person, let go of this boss, let go of this job, let go of this perceived financial security. You have to let go of what you think this is supposed to be. I don't know that holding on to it is really going to bring you the fulfillment and joy that you truly seek. I'm sensing that there is this yearning with Leo, right? Because I see it here. Here is the Knight of Swords. Now, this is not a person. This is an aspect of you. There's a yearning to run through this portal, to hurry up and to make this world turn over, to make these changes. But see, that is a card ruled by Saturn, as is this. You cannot run away from this and find solace here, because it's just going to bounce you back here, especially when the environment is like, you really need to focus on the shadow side right now. Because the real freedom is not found in the destination, it's found in the untethering yourself from the origin. You can't find freedom here until you've found freedom here. And if you try to escape this and you try to go here, you're just going to be kind of boomeranged back. It's going to kind of chew you up and spit you back out and make sure you go here. This is where the answer is within the devil here. Because it has to. You can't not confront Saturnian energy when it's in the sign of opposition. You can't not confront it. You can't not deal with it. Now, it doesn't have to be bad. Just because it's Saturnian doesn't mean it's bad. In fact, it's probably a good thing, right? Because this is something that's holding you back in terms of your ambition, holding you back in terms of actually getting something done, holding back in terms of not wanting to have a conversation or not wanting to confront something. But we know that the moment we confront something, the moment we admit something, the moment that we really look at what's happening in our lives and how that's being mirrored, or how that is mirroring what's going on inside of us. Like if we live in a world that's like a mess, it just means that we are a mess. And the only way to clean up is to clean up internally first and make that commitment to truly heal. And because the Saturnian energy is associated with commitment, I feel that there is a strong commitment to yourself that must be made, almost like a pact. To make a pact with yourself that if you do release yourself from this demon, I'll say it kind of harshly, right? If you do release yourself from this demon, then you will allow yourself something else. You will allow yourself to be happy. You will allow yourself to live in a beautiful place. You will allow yourself to fall in love. But this has gone sour. I think it's taught you all the lessons that you've needed to learn now. And if you keep going, it just becomes martyrdom. It just becomes sad. And that's not really a Leo thing, right? That you're not over here trying to be a martyr. You know, you're over here trying to live a full life. And the devil seems to be, it's not even as though it's like rearing its ugly head. It's just more like showing up on your doorstep and being like, okay, are you ready to deal with this now? Are you ready to confront it now? Are you ready to admit it now? It's not going to let you run away. It's like these people have their chain around their neck. If they tried to run away without first removing that chain, they're just going to choke themselves. But you know that this world, this sort of portal, it kind of looks like an infant coming through the birth canal, right? Kind of like the birth of a new person. This to me is very much a rebirth card. It's the end, number 21. It's the end of the major arcana, which we know that when there is an ending, a new beginning begins. And dawn is a suggestion of a new beginning for sure. And you know that that dawn is imminent. You know that that is where this is all going. But the dawn, the day, I guess, can't necessarily break, right? The sun can't officially come up over that horizon. The light cannot truly be felt unless you're willing to let go of the darkness. Not necessarily let go of the darkness, but to let go of the hold the darkness has on you. Two different things. And you know that once you do that, there are exceptional blessings for you. There are financial rewards, all sorts of material rewards, relationship rewards, happiness rewards, whatever this 9 of coins symbolizes for you. Like, really ask yourself, and this is where you can participate in this, like, what does the 9 of coins mean to you, Leo? Don't just rely on me telling you what that means. You get to look at that image and say, what does that 9 of coins really mean for me? What does that look like in my life? And do I feel ready for it? And it's not just a matter of like verbally claiming and say, I claim this, I claim the 9 of coins, or I do this, or I deserve, it's not really a matter of that. It's about how you treat yourself. And where has there been some kind of disguise? Where have you been deceiving yourself? Right? You've been telling yourself that you're treating yourself so well because you're doing X, Y, and Z, but really X, Y, and Z were just distractions from the pain. And really, if you wanted to be all like self-care and self-healing or whatever, you would just look at the pain instead of doing the things to distract yourself from that pain. Just look at the pain. Just look at the shadow. It's not complicated, but it does require a commitment from you to really do that so that real healing can truly occur, so that the rewards of that healing can be realized, because that is really what Saturn means, the realization, the actualization of the work. The material actualization. And if it means that you have to pull that thorn out of your paw, that thorn that you somehow identified with, that you somehow created a whole life around, if it means you have to pull it out, it means you have to pull it out. And the identity that you created must come out with it. It's a little bit of a surgical amputation, right? It's like spiritual surgery that's got to be dealt with. The problem is that this thorn in your paw was essentially the catapult that catapulted you in a whole direction. It ultimately created an entire life. And by pulling out this thorn, I feel like there's a fear that it's going to completely invalidate all the work you've done. But in fact, the opposite will be true. It will show you that even with this pain, even with this disappointment, even with this sadness, look at what you were capable of. Imagine what you could do without it. You and your loved ones are safe. New moon in Cancer. You are safe to remove this. You're safe to let go a part of this identity, this image that you're projecting out there. You're safe to just sink into the most pure and authentic version of who and what you really are. Now, this card was kind of interesting. Loneliness. This is actually one of my favorite colors. But like loneliness. I know that I am never alone. Sometimes that can be... Sometimes it can be hard to really allow yourself to feel that. Because in a way, you also, not you specifically as a person, but you, all of us, all people, we can identify with that loneliness as well. No one understands. I'm the only one in this situation. No one really gets it, and we can play that whole record over and over and over and over. But the fact is, you're not alone. First and foremost, because you have your connection with God or the divine. You have that. And that will never go away. You have your connection with friends and family. You have your connection with your children, your connection with your spiritual community. And I see a lot of support. Because this is a very scary thing. The devil, right? Like it can be scary to confront it. It can be scary to pull that thorn out, especially when you've built so much around it. But it can be scary. But I honestly don't even think that much is going to change. You change, but the external things don't really. It's like somebody who quits their job terrified that they're not going to have any money. But then the minute they quit their job, send out a few resumes, they just go get another one. Or they're terrified to quit their job and start their business, and they start their business and they sign 5 clients like right away. It's not scary. And this is not an excuse to just go do anything random, right? This is not an opportunity for you to create chaos in your life. Oh, poor me, I'm healing, I'm pulling out this thorn, I'm removing this identity, and now I don't know, so now I got to go find myself, right? I got to go try all these things and go and experiment. And there's times for experimentation, and I like that a little bit for 2021, but we also know that there's a difference between like destructive experimentation and constructive experimentation. And I don't want to see you on the destructive experimentation side. This is not a time to create substantial chaos in your life. It's not a time to completely obliterate all the structures that you have. It's just more about redirecting the focus of those structures. Because maybe this thorn was necessary to get you to build these structures in the first place as a foundation for what you are about to do. The thorn was necessary to get you here, and it is necessary to remove it to get you to where you're going. So you don't have to feel bad about anything. You don't have to be stressed about anything. You're perfectly exactly where you're supposed to be. But the change does need to happen. The reprioritization does need to occur. Once that thorn is pulled out, you're going to have clarity, right? Not for you. There are things in your life that are not for you. Certain lifestyle choices, certain financial choices, certain romantic and friendship choices, they're not for you. and they're not for your future. Weirdly, Virgo season has been speaking a lot about the future. And I don't normally see Virgo as being a really future-oriented sign, because it's really about, day-to-day kind of habitual things and, focusing in the more mundane world. And that's really about it. But this month is a little different. Using the mundane tasks and the little things that you have to do in order to substantiate the new building blocks that you're going to start assembling. I love the Ace of Swords because it means there's clarity. And even though Neptune is involved this month, I don't really see a lot of confusion with anybody. People aren't confused right now. The only people who are confused are the people who are lying to themselves. But if you're being honest with yourself, then you're not confused. Period. And you know exactly what you need to do. You got to clean up your house. You got to clean up your life. Got to clean up your finances. Got to have that conversation with that person. You got to move. You got to do this. You got to do this. Like, don't play the confused game with yourself, because you're not confused. You know you want to change. And you know what you got to do in order to have that change. Okay? All right, let's go ahead and pull out the comprehensive clarifier, because I have a feeling there's going to be some cool things that come out for you guys. So give me just a sec to prepare the decks. I'll see you in a minute. All right, Leo. So I have these cards, these decks prepared. So the cards I'm about to pull out are going to be the clarifiers that we will talk about in the comprehensive reading. The link for that will be in the description box in the comment thread down below. We usually talk for about 20 to 25 minutes about these cards. So if you want to join me, you are more than welcome. Okay, so let's go ahead here and clarify really what the universe needs from you right now, in addition to this beautiful fiery feminine spirit. What does Leo need to know here? Okay, 7 of coins, 6 of swords, another 2 of coins. Interesting. The reprioritization. Oh, beautiful. See what I mean? You're safe. Like, it's not a scary thing to remove this thorn. It's just not. 4 of coins. 7 of swords. All right. So let's take a look at the world. What does the world represent here? Ugh. There's something with the world. It doesn't feel real. It's an illusion. We're going to talk more about that, but it's definitely an illusion. Well, we got a couple cards, and then we have Page of Wands. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at this Knight of Swords. Beautiful. See, that's the thing. I don't mind the Knight of Swords in this particular context. He's just focused in the wrong direction. He needs to turn around and go back there. Go back to the devil. That's really where the work needs to be done. You can't run away anymore. See? Tower, Wheel of Fortune, 8 of Wands reversed. All right, now 9 of Coins. Remember, hold the image of what that 9 of coins represents for you. Hold it in your mind. 7 of coins, but reversed. There's Virgo season coming to do its Virgo season thing, which is hold up that brutal mirror of truth. Yep. Another Saturn card. Oh, Ace of Coins reversed. Another Knight of Swords. There's that chaotic part. The chaotic part of you. The destructive experimentation part. Let me just break for a second, because I would say a good exercise to practice as you are living your life, right? Catch yourself whenever you try to describe or define yourself, because I think that if you can come into consciousness of how you're describing yourself and your life and all of that, it's very telling about this identity that you have constructed. All right? And it will help you really pinpoint the areas that are needing your kind of immediate attention. I don't know why I'm feeling a sense of urgency. I don't know why I'm feeling that. Maybe in the months to come, or I don't know, but yeah, something is like, it needs to be done. It needs to be done. It needs to be done. You need to do it. You need to do it. You need to do it. Ace of Swords at the bottom. Interesting. Oh, I thought we got 3 Ace of Swords, but we only got 2. That's fine. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and leave you there. So if you want to join me again, the link will be in the description box and the comment thread down below. If not, you guys know I love you and I wish you nothing but the best for September, and I'll see you guys very soon. Take care. Bye-bye.